accidentally hit a key and it stopped streaming. Let's go D for dumbass. Customization, subscribers, any duration, do that. Is it streaming? Are we a go? I see that it's streaming. Do I have audio? Oh, I don't have a speaker to this because that's not hooked up yet to go through the HDMI. Sound. My volume's only at 40. That's maybe why. Alright, well, that'll work for a minute for now, alright? Hopefully. The question is this streaming? It says now it's at 1 minute and 32. So let me put that down there. Open that. Go to here. And oh, right. I still have my morning on that to stream, or my yesterday to stream. I am a Germinalism. Germinalisms. I'm a Germinalism. I'm going to change that. Yeah. Hashtag Gonzo. Hashtag Germinalism. I'm a Germinalism. Gonzo Journalism Drawing Board. End of the World live stream Q&A for Dummies. And backspace. Hashtag Gonzo. Hashtag I'm a Germanalism. Copy. Control V. I kind of like that there's space here, but I'm scared that I'll fucking chunk something because it's completely open. Yeah, let's do playlist and put it on all this stuff. I'm not playing classy jazz, but I'm just clicking everything because why not? What, dude? Just click all the fucking things. Sorry, every time I check a box, it tells me I can't do the check in the box. Yeah, save. Make it happen. Now, did I figure out that I have? I did not, because I didn't yet do this. Copy the deal, go to here, right click, paste and go. There used to be these things called Apple stacks. It was essentially, what the shit is this? Okay, are we live? I see a stutter, but I'm guessing that's because my Wi-Fi is a little fanky janky. But I gotta get speakers connected to this so I can hear. Oh, I've got headphones I picked out somewhere 3 times differently. Alright, set them by that. They are where? The other thing that I'm doing for documentation, documentary, purposes or whatever, is that should also be -700, and the speaker in that is really not functioning well right now. Coffee, water, and the bucket will snipe with rolling papers. So there's this saying, and where I grew up, it says waste not. Oh, that duh. They're hanging right in front of me on the microphone. My goodness. It's like, bro, if it was a snake, it'd have bit you. Come here, you. Get over here. Yeah, I get it. You want to be married to the microphone, but we can't do that right now. You gotta do this instead. And I think one of these is the headphones and the other one's the one with the microphone. So I'm going to use this one because it's got a color. If you weren't aware, the green one goes to just speakers. The blue one goes to speakers and mic. So I can now add the headphones as an audio capture device. PHONES. And I go, okay. What's your deal, Pickle? You're having an issue with all me doing all this stuff? Yeah. Did you not hear me say okay? Okay. Wait. Let's just cancel that. Just cancel. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 3, 4, and 5. I got like all of these say that there's speakers there. Stuff. Alright, close that. Let me hear. See, and that's not live though. Let's get to live. Why are you not hearing? Maybe is it because this is fucking crashed again? Close. Just pick up, catch up, chicken butt. Oh, I do that because so I can stand up. Is that why? It's not tall enough. So you need to be bigger or shorter, lower. Wait, too low. I hear microphone movie sounds. So that's good. Oh, that's why. Okie doke, never mind. I'm a retard. Supposed to go here, dummy. Oh.
Front, right, front, left. Front, left. Front, right.
Okay.
Front, right. Front, left.
Where the hell is that coming from? I mean, I hear sound at least, but I was trying to make this so that I could test the headphones.
Front, right.
Front right, front left. Okay, so the bottom one's headphones. This should be headphones.
Front,
No,
right.
it's not headphones, it's mic. Alright, so now I can hear that I've got something happening there. Let's see why I'm not hearing anything happening. Now I hear it. And what do we got here? Is it full volume? The beauty of this setup, you can't tell from where you're at, but the middle monitor is exactly where my keyboard is sitting across the front of it. And all that means is when I get it squared up, oops, like that, is that currently I can see almost every inch of every screen. These aren't very loud though. But then my other volume, that's not very loud. Let's see if that helps. Check. But then my other volume, that's not very loud. Let's see if that. Check one. Well, at least we got some kind of function happening, and I can hear that you can hear. And I'm at 13 minutes, so let's do 13 minutes. So 13 colon no seconds, right? Set up drawing board. Alright, a couple of things just went blum dummy. I have this JBL micro Dealy Whopper that if I get a headphone jack, I can connect this to where I'm aware that headphone thing comes out and is working. Yeah. It hurts, but oh well. And that should be in this thing. This one. And here's that USB extender deal I just said that I had somewhere, but I wasn't sure where it was. And this is the little mini one that I'm really wanting to work best. Because almost positive there's only stuff that it can be around good that's up there. So let's hear that. Check it out. 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's hear that. Yeah, we shoot, we score. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, we shoot, we score. Now I need a little micro shorty USB. Now I need a little micro shorty USB. Now I need a little. Ow. I am the Lizard King. I can do anything. Look at that. I am the Lizard King. I can do anything. Look at that. I am the Lizard King. I can do anything. Look at that. I am the Lizard King. And yeah, you're probably right. I have buku ibuprofen. And yeah, you're probably right. I have buku ibuprofen, but I normally try to wait until it's like this, where it's like, oh fuck, I could really use some of that right now. But I normally try to wait until because that way I'm just not all like chomping these at the bit every day, which also tends to make it work better. Because that way I'm just not all like chomping these at the bit every day, which also tends to make it work better. I also am pretty sure that oh look, a connector I never realized was there. I also am pretty sure that oh look, a connector I never realized was there. P70? That looks like a super dope connector. P70? That looks like a super dope connector. Anyway, I took a mission the other day. I had to go to the bank to get my bank card, so I kind of splurged. I've been sacrificing more and more and more to save money to be able to exist to a point where I'm being squeezed out on the streets. But I got to be able to exist to a point where I'm being squeezed out. I got some of this brought to you by, I got distracted earlier. It doesn't matter who it's by. It's just non-dairy creamer. And the reason I'm bringing it up is ibuprofen, you're supposed to eat food with it, but the more food I eat, the slower my metabolism and everything works. So then my brain slows down and I get all nappy like. With this stuff, it's mostly corn syrup solids. My point is, when I take my medicine, it seems to still work, and I can drink coffee more so for energy and such, and that stuff makes it so the acidity, I don't get bad stomach with high acid from just nothing but straight coffee. Which is funny, I drink more water when I drink beer, because I have kind of a routine where for every 3 beers, I make sure I drink at least 1 pint of water, so it's like a 13. For every 3 beers, I make sure I drink at least 1 pint of water, so it's like a 13. But I can't remember, it's been years since I had 3 beers at a bar or something like that. But I can't remember, it's been years since I've had 3 beers in a night at different bars recently. I've had 3 beers in a night at different bars. As a matter of fact, I can a bus. And I did say that, didn't I? As a matter of fact, I can a bus. This is brought to you by the Stony Man. When I was growing up, I'm not sure if I got this as a present. It's a little adult. I'm not sure if I got this as a present. It says Super Dad in it. It's a stick. It's a button that I sent that came with a Father's Day card. But for years and years and years, if there was ever weed in the house, they would be in here. The funny part is, if I ever took weed out of here, not often, sometimes I'd put some in there just cause, but usually if I took some, I always left half. My dad would find my stash and he would not leave anything. And I'm just like, dude, you gotta get the, if it's my stash, I don't mind sharing, just leave me a little bit so then I can get more, you know what I mean? Then it kind of became a fun game of, in the downstairs basement, it was open rafters, and you would find different ways and places of hiding it. So when I would be at home, stuck in the house or whatever, I'd go scavenging in my own house through the different boxes and tool shit, you know, everything. Little finding all the places people hide shit, different boxes and tool shit, you know, everything. Finding all the places people hide shit, different boxes and tool shit, you know, everything. Finding all the places. This is my coffee. Well, it's my 64-ounce liquid holder. Once this is functioning, I'm gonna get back there. I'm gonna fill this and that other. I'm gonna make a round of coffee for me. I'm pretty sure that means I'll make 3 pots or 3 cups. I'm pretty sure that means I'll make 3 pots or 3 cups. The lightweight and ease of setup is why this thing kicks butt. I mean, this part's not light, but the setup is why this frame. The tabletop is the heaviest part, is what I'm suggesting. But because it sets like that, that becomes a regular table, right? But if I take these out, and like, there's these knobs on them. I'm not sure what you can see. If I go like that, there's these knobs on them. Right? Then I take those screws, I only have 2 of the 4, put them in here. That brings the table up to this level. But what I'm going to do, flip those down to be at the lowest stage. Remove these, put them on the back so I can make it like a drawing board so you can see. Aren't I nice like that? Look at me being all considerate and stuff. Aren't I nice like that? Look at me being all considerate and stuff. Aren't I nice like that? Look at me being all like it horizontal on top and bottom. Now I'm gonna check what I tried to do earlier. Make it so when I zoom in with this camera, that's, ooh, sorry, full zoom, and I do have move forward space, hopefully. Full zoom. And I do have move forward space, hopefully. If I'm sitting down, then you could be sitting down, right? And I'm going to the little line. I've already set that. Previous test bits. That looks actually kind of nice, with the exception of whatever all those empty boxes are. Well, mostly empty boxes and shells. That looks actually kind of nice. If I scooched it back a little bit or something. Yeah, I can do that. Sweet. Nice. See, that gets it all into the bag, kinda, right? Oh, that was me in the way. It gets into the bag. Where does it all into the bag, kinda, right? Remember when I told you before that a lot of, if you think, how did I put it that made the most sense? Remember when I told you before that I think I said something to the extent that I don't do things for the reason most people think I do things. As a matter of fact, most of the times the reason I do things isn't for the reason that I do that. I'm looking right here at that camera. This camera, I can't see my head. So if I go like this, I just found, if I go like this camera's edge. If I go like this, that's where the camera's edge is. That should be where the camera's edge is, if I'm in the center of it. See what I'm saying? That's where the camera's edge is. I'm looking at the frame in the image right there, and if I go like this, it tells me where the frame is on that background. I'm looking at the frame. I can go towards the light a little bit. With this one, back here, this is about where I have to stand for it to get my whole head. But I really like the way this line here lines up with that camera, because now that line is that table line, right? Anyway, it works for government work for right now. And that can be now sitting down because I just sat down, right? Not that much. Not that sitting down because I just sat down, right? Not that much. Still, the USB microphone isn't working, but that's going to revolve around restart, fresh everything. Still, the USB microphone isn't working, but that's going to revolve. Snipe at 30, restart. Still, the USB microphone isn't Nicotodium. And here, cause well, it don't matter. One of my old comedy routine jokes was about, and I only say that just because it was more than a chunk. One of my old comedy routine jokes. It was bigger than a bit and more than a chunk. But the idea is you begin with the test as to whether someone is a pothead or not. And the way you judge that is by doing a trick question. You say, how many, you also may have earlier referenced that the only reason I was any good at science is because I was a pothead, and I learned at an early age how to, from this camera, and this camera, that camera, the whole sucky part is with, I guess I could do that. That's another thing to consider. I told you I could connect more monitors. What I was just realizing is if Crappy Lappy was on the little tripod stand that it would and should live on, that tripod stand is sadly disassembled in one of the boxes behind me with the shelves. Because I'm still bound and determined to get the hell out of here as soon as possible. And the last official word I got from my current official case manager, I think, is Tainter Lakes is, I told somebody, I told a bunch of people that I can't afford what they tried to charge me in my rent, because normally my rent is like $75 plus utilities, which has been on under $100, $80. That's kind of up there. So anyway, they chose to surprise everybody with at Christmas by boosting everyone's rent to $250, saying that it was because utilities didn't cover things. And it's like, that's not my business. My business is the law. They're not allowed to take more than 1/3 my income, period. It's hard enough to live. I mean, realize if I don't get $900, but if I did get $900, I would end up paying $300 for rent here ish, because that's 1/3. That means I live on $600 a month for any living expenses outside of food, which I'm allotted about $200 a month. I used to get Amazon deliveries, but I have a thieving neighbor that breaks shit that she knows she can't steal because of the cameras. So she finds ways. She's evil, evil woman, like that song sang about. And the one thing I'm wondering I should kind of consider is, what does it look like if I flip-flop those, and what if I see, part of my imagination is that I will have this camera, which is on a tripod, it here on a position where it really shows this well, right? Because I can slide that a wee bit, fit in here just fine, and then put stuff here so that sees it, and then I talk to that, because then that would become you. Except, just like anything else, if this is on the little case with wheels I'm talking about, essentially I'll be able to turn that, which turns the whole thing and turns the camera. But that camera and that camera have a screw adapter that this is the screw tip for. That's standard photography base mounting screw hole size. I don't know what it is, other than it's the basic. It's what I just said it is. And this is going to be so cool. My Christmas lights idea, I mean, that's just like, holy crap, is oils. And I was also looking for something to put as spacers between my hard drives, because this is an old machine case. It has HDD tank hard drive slots I only have 1 terabyte in there. I've got another 500 somewhere in one of my other deals or something, but I'm almost positive it's erased. It's just a blank. It's a blank slate. When I took everything apart, before I got to this point, I took all of my 4 computers, got all of that together and put it into like one essentially. And since I got this, how about I just do this because it's here. No, I don't like that. No, I really don't like that. That's gonna be a situation I gotta consider. Totally. And it shows you in action the type of monkey I am and why. I keep stuff. When I get Amazon deliveries with groceries, it comes in this bag that's lined with foil. And oftentimes this will be around the bottom if these aren't available. But this is thick brown paper with each like 6 layers of essentially paper towels, right? So it's probably done this multiple times, leaving me a strand of paper towels. But this is almost better than any toilet paper or any napkin. So I can go like that, pull all the paper towels off of that, and then I got paper to put on there that's so thick, I'm gonna leave 1 layer on there maybe. That's all paper towels. All 3. All because I was a smart monkey and didn't throw shit away until I understood what it was or how I could use it. My mom's dad, Papa Bashir, at some point I'll get to the point, but that's almost a roll of paper towels, and if you cut it in thirds, it's totally like a $2 roll of non-bleached perforated sheets of toilet paper. How do people not do that? I don't know, but sucks to be a monkey. And I got a little reserve. What I was trying to do is make sure I wasn't wasting any of the paper towels, because Sharpie marker is likely to go through it. But let's get you turned a wee bit so you can kind of see me over here. I'm so scared of doing this, but I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm gonna leave it where it's at. We're gonna go back over here. So board tape. This is board tape. I got distracted more than bored, so I never took it off. But some people tell you a story. I'm gonna show you one, because I'm from Missouri and it's the show me state. And that's still at the bottom there. Good enough, yeah. This is my center, so I can work on 2 things. But essentially what I'm suggesting and or saying, I'm going to also use this as that, how about you stop doing what you think you should, motherfucker? I get really frustrated when inanimate objects choose to argue with me, meaning either my hands or my whatever. I'm just like, do what I try to do something and it fails, and I'm just like, get frustrated. So, and it's usually because of my ADD that I didn't take the time to think about it when I was doing it, so the leg was perfect. Because I'm trying to accomplish a couple things, remember? I'm documenting the process, but I'm showing you what I'm doing as I'm doing it. And I'm also trying to consider this as part of this's entire process. Does that make sense? Meaning that this tabletop could be the front of the box that lifts up on slide rails, so all of the mounts that are in there currently stay connected exactly the way they are. That means that I create a box with sides and a top that allows this to perfectly slide down, and then that top needs to go cha-chunk, so then I can lock that. And the only way to get in that box where the monitors and the computer and all that is if you, like a puzzle box, you have to unlock the lock, like, or the latches, flip those up, grab the thing, lift it up, turn it, set it down. Right there will be the legs folded up, probably in straps. Take those out, set it down, up. This is set down. Normally, that means it's an instant tabletop, because as I showed you at the very early part, this thing is extremely versatile, because with a couple of twists of my wrist, I can go from this to completely flat. It's just in this position for this part. Make sense? And to me, that's tons of board tape. But the reason I have that tons of board tape is because I'm really frugal with stuff. It's like, I'm sitting here thinking, dude, you got tons of board tape, just use this. And I'm like, no, dude, the reason I have tons of board tape is because I'm frugal. You know what I mean? It's because I work the way that I work that I have what I have, because I grew up poor, figuring out how to build something with everybody else's leftover nothings. Define what they see as trash and then turn it into treasure. But we define that's 2 foot, and if I do it, because it's not going to be like that, right? Let me just do this. If we were doing application programs, I'm drawing my activity spices. In my day and age, I used to use a program called Hot Dog Pro. It was essentially a graphic user interface for web browsing, so I could just sit there like I was working on a GIMP or a Photoshop image, draw everything out, draw the buttons, do everything, label it, link it, and then I would take what that program generated, the HTML code, I'd put it into another machine or another program, another application that would then identify what each button was and allow me to assign it to its function. In this case, this current first function is designing this thing, and I was working to get square because I'm going to define this I'm going to call it 8 feet because it's close, but it's really to there as far as inches to feet. And then by doing that and that, my left and right isn't really that much of an issue. So there's 8 feet. If that's 8, that's 4. So if I go to 1, that should give me 6, right? I'm going to go 4, 8 and 8 is 4. And then I'm just going to go 2 and 4 and 6. And then 7 and then 1. Because 6, put 4 in the, no, put, alright, let's see what that looks like. 1, 2, 3, 6, and then 2. Alright, because our case was 2 foot by 6 foot by 2 foot. Make sense? And then here, now the other issue in reality is that this is not 6 feet. So in the design, either the table becomes 6 feet, or I adjust this. It's 42. So if it was 48, that'd be 4 feet. Let's just go with that for now, because that essentially pushes 6 inches in. So that means it'll still work the same way. It's just the grooves and or channels for the thing to connect. Essentially, I'm putting that as this is that table. Let's see, art. If it was an LED display, that would be super dope. So I'm going to put that LED display, meaning that this is now become an LED monitor box that sits on the back side of that, which could also be flipped over, which means that if I did that, I could maybe make this so this flipped over, but the design on the inside would be the same. So I could lift this up, or what would happen is the LED display would be somewhere else, and on the box it would connect to mounting points, because most LED panels are 12 or 16-inch squares connected with a little series of wires or whatever. But the point is that this becomes an LED wall. A wall of light in front of the box. This LED light display, I'm also going to put drawing board or art board. Art board, and then that's art board legs. Art board legs. So that means that the art, oh gosh, that's not, You can't see it as well as I thought you could. You gotta get way closer. Or I gotta get you way closer. I'll do that when we review it. Point is, the front can still turn out to be the table, but this stumble helped me create that. Also, being aware that this is 4 feet means that the design changes a bit in that instead of the channel being on the outside edges so the table goes straight down, there will be a channel that's recessed in, like there will be 2 flat boards like this that this then T-channels into. So then that slides in there still with the same top that, and it could be a flap that flips over on the piano hinge. It makes more sense just to make it slide so it just goes poosh poosh, because you're only looking at a couple inches of travel. That just means that the overhang lip on the back and any waterproofing would have to cover that movement path. Anyway, back to this. This puts one screen here. One screen there, and one screen there. So S1, S2, S3. Keyboard, mouse, speaker, in here, maybe over here, up here, I'm just going to put SW for subwoofer, SW subwoofer, and that's in the corners because that reverberates, and if it's on this level or that level, either way is good. And this will be a DREAMSPACE Productions. I'm going to call it AV card. Stream machine. STREAM machine. Because we're going to have one Edison power strip maybe out. We're going to have the LED wall, of course. You're probably going to have to consider battery. What's those things called? Backup UPS. Essentially, it allows you to connect the battery. Lots of people throw UPS units away. You can find them cheap everywhere, or free, because people don't know what they are. The batteries go dead on them, but all the circuitry is still the same that converts a direct current of 12 volts into that. With a simple wall wart, if you have power, you can plug that in. If it's at 15 or 18 volts, that gives that battery enough juice to not only power whatever it's connected to, but charge it at the same time. But this is power. Power. In/out. And the idea here is this could be up here, but if in this situation, right, you have a table there, you have that table there, probably have a backdrop of some sort, or you're against a wall. So in this situation, obviously I got a wall way back there, but this can be in the back of a semi truck. It can be across the front of a van. You know what I'm saying? Like if you had a U-Haul van, you could lift this box up, roll it right into the back of it, have industrial casters, click clack, because U-Haul vans work the way they will do, or even semi trucks. They have things, recesses in the wall so you can attach straps. So essentially you can strap it all down. The monitors, that's where the reasoning you really need the single 3-position stand, because then it can clip onto anything. Of course, in a box, you're not dealing with the wibbly wobbly function of this table. because as you might see in the camera, that wibbles it a lot. But this AV cart, work cart, essentially puts everything I would use on any daily basis in total as a workstation. If it had, for example, and here's another good part of this reality. The two 24-inch monitors, if pulled in, make 48, right? This is 42. So in a 4-foot version, just 2 monitors with this size table. This table then becomes the template for the exact dimensions of the legs and the top and the mounting brackets, because the table and the legs represent the bottom or the whatever of the box, right? Because in that situation, the tabletop could slide in from the bottom of the box out, and then the legs just fall down. Then the box on a table has legs for the tabletop, but if it pulled all the way out, that box is still on its size or on legs or on a table, but then that becomes this table. Hopefully that makes sense. The way I function within all of this, did I roll a cigarette and then never smoke it? Or more than likely I rolled it, I sat it down and never lit it. Because I said I was going to do this and then make coffee. I'm not out of coffee, but I just need to go through the process again. For 4 or 5 years, I've been measuring twice, cutting once, essentially. I live as a minimalist because I anticipated this day could happen, and even if it never did, it's less stuff to be distracted by. This is a water bottle. This part of the episode, it is 59, so I could do it at the hour. I'll do that. So every hour, I'll have to get a little timer dealy with a reminder, so every hour. I'm a germanalism. I'll just do that, right? Ouch. 1:00:00 oh wait, no, I want to chat publicly as Clem. I don't want to search something. 1:00:00 sponsored by Cray. Alright, we at 1 hour? We are. Alright, welcome back. So I'm Clem Hawkins, and this part of the podcast is sponsored by Cray supercomputers. If you don't know what a Cray computer is, good, you shouldn't. Anyway, these are my placement sponsor ads. They don't pay me. I do it because I only sponsor things that I use. I could be sponsored by American Spirit, but I'm sponsored by all of these monkeys, which is the 13th Invisible Monkey, Smile, Hide Comedy, Concentrate, Local 7 Get Her Done Club, Other Direction, Supercomputer Deal, Folks Smada Bakes Your Meal Fetter, and Aries Thrift Store, which I might have got this there. I don't know, possible. This is a clean canteen, and the one weird thing about these is the lids are a funky kind of plastic, and if they just sit for a long time, they can get kind of moldy funk. And if you soak the cap in vinegar, it kills all that mold. This is also a clean canteen, and probably the same plastic Oh, but I got more sponsors to prompt for the next hour. So in the first hour, we went over the designs of the DREAMSPACE AV cart stream machine. There's a few pieces still to go on it, including networking, microphones, mic stands. I have all of the stuff. I just don't have the box built yet. I'm going to see what the closest, I think that's the closest you can get zoomed in like that. Because I was fortunately silly, I did manage to set this up in a way that I can hopefully scoot it around and not be too funky. And that's as close as you get, man. Sorry, either more light or I move that forward. What if I turn that sideways? That gives me more space, right? What the hell is that? Oh, there we go. I can see, oops, where that lines up. And so it's on the edge of the table. Earlier, did the camera? No, it's still working. Earlier I did this because I was setting where the placement is of the corner. Here's why. If I get that first screenshot and this screenshot and I line those canes up, it tells me where the corners line up for perspection and scale. Does that make sense? But you can't see it on that camera because the way that's kind of a little off center. That's the other thing that I would want on these monitors is exact degree angles. Like so that it gave me a little readout. Like that's like at 87 right now. I want it to be at 90. Does that make sense? Again, a lot of this is just kind of hodgepodge together because I'm setting it the way I want it so then I can design how to mount it, because at a store I can purchase one of these things that holds those three. All the stands then become part of the bottom of the box for when I have a studio. This is just a remote studio, so I should put that on there too, right? Remote studio. Live stream podcast. So that's the pod, right? And then so in this whole outwards deal, we need, I'm just going to put net, and then a number 2. And then I can put whatever the Wi-Fi symbol is, and then whatever the USB symbol is, and then whatever a Cat5. That means that inside the box, again, I have to I watched it too. There's a thing about the TPI link, which is the same high-powered router that I found from these kids in China. But it's got 2 antennas, and the reason that matters is this thing, I'm imagining this box being able to roll anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want this box to be light enough I can attach it to my trailer on my bicycle. I want light. I want it to be, and it can be done super easily, super cheap, and with like little to no money. Like, I already said that twice or 3 times. But my point is, instead of it being built with wooden walls, I can build it out of the clear plastic stuff, or I can build it out of super thin plastic, or sheet metal, or aluminum skin, whatever maybe manifests itself in my reality next. But I've measured and designed and cut and trimmed, etc. The beauty of what I've done here is that this can represent, you understand, right? This is 2-foot space by 8 foot, essentially. So that means at 4 foot or 5 foot, depending, there's my straight edge ruler dealy deal. Here we are. And I did this by inches so I can essentially use it exactly as feet. But that's 8, and I've already I've already lost 2 markers. Like, why you? Because I'm gonna do it again, I'm sure. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. Just see what it is on this. Nothing sounds quite like an 808. And that makes that, with that, 8 feet. 8 feet. That should be 8 feet. 8 feet. 90 degrees. 808. That is a van. That is a van. That is a stage platform. That is easy math for any road person, production manager, tour manager, because like it or not, when tour managers have to do really large tours, I'm not talking like big, like Lollapalooza, big stuff. Risers are specific sizes for reasons, because when you put them together, they need to, if this 8x8 is a riser, that's built out of 4x4s or 2x2s. See what I'm saying? Because that puts more, depending on how much weight it requires. A lot of times I've put up stages like that that are nothing more than aluminum frame tubing on different size legs, so you can set the whole base, then each floor panel sets in and with a little twist locks. So you essentially build any size platform and like Lego blocks. So you can put little spots, you know what I'm saying? Like if you wanted to create a riser that had floor monitors at the 45-degree angle with the bottom of the monitor being at stage level, so the speaker was right there and all the bottom part was below the stage, that could be made that way. Custom wise, of course, but more so of those things, 6, 12, 18, those types of math function for these designs. Also, when this box is in, this in essence could be an 8x8 4-sided LED cube. It could be covered on the top with an LED dance floor with ramps on the side that people could go up on and dance upon it. You see what I'm saying? You could do that again. Now the reason that the size is pretty neat is because there's this cool fact of the matter in Humboldt County, I learned about it, or Mendocino possibly, that if you're out in the county and you want to build a structure, as long as the footprint is smaller than 12 foot by 12 foot, you can do kind of whatever you want. There's also a consideration as to how many people you say are living there and how it's attached. An example I learned from another fellow that was doing something like this. He built a house. The family then got bigger. He had kids. They decided to expand. Before understanding the way the rules were set, he just built an extension on that house with the same roof that connects to the other house. That was not smart, because that By doing so meant he had to upgrade his entire septic system because the unit then, and this is the weird part, and it's all because the rules and the way the roof is connected. If he had simply built a second cabin and put a roof that didn't connect but overhang like a breezeway, he could, all he would have to do is add a septic for that other building itself, which wouldn't have, essentially that's a 4-inch leach line 150 feet downhill that doesn't get within 100 yards of any water source. That's all it takes, and that's like for 2 people. You could do 4, but if what you put in it is little more than food or body waste and no damaging chemicals, one fellow I met was even smarter than that. He took it he built his house up on a hill because he knew as long as he could get water to the house, the rest of his field could be irrigated through gravity. He then dug extremely long leach lines. A leach line is PVC pipe that's like 4 inches with holes cut in the side of it, so as water and stuff go down, normally they'll be in a bed of gravel so that the water goes through, the solids go through, but there's enough space for anything kind of solid, 1/4 inch or smaller can go through it. But that, you can poop in a 5-gallon bucket for a week and not fill it up, probably. You know what I mean? So it's not like it's a lot. That is another method I've seen and used, because if you do that and you build a box where the 5-gallon bucket goes under where the poopy hole is, every time you poop, after you wipe, all you do is get some wood fire ash and scoop it up and pour it on the poop, the lye and the wood oil or whatever. Wow, this is not, why does this say live and I'm seeing me? It says live an hour and 14 and I'm looking at stuff I've already done. You see what I'm saying? That's so weird. How is Stony Man showing up on my deal? I'm a journalism. Okay, see now I see only this camera. No. See, my OBS is seeing it, but now I see from that camera only. This is so much. Oh no, this is old from that other thing. Son of a bitch. It says that I'm streaming, but I don't know, man. I might have been just bullshit myself the whole time thinking something was happening and it weren't. See, now it says live hour and 16 minutes. And what do I see? Do I see 2 cameras? Because that's what my OBS sees. Maybe I was just looking at the wrong stream or something. Yeah, so that's working. Okay. Do I have all audio? Oh, I didn't get that connected yet, did I? Park poopers. audio. Do we have audio? Ka-chunka, chunka, chunka. Ka-chunka, chunka, chunka. It probably adds a whole new level of hiss. Because when I hook that up, it started to add a whole new level of hiss. I guess now that it's part of that circuitry. Well, of course, update failed. I had to keep turning my phone off because Google kept trying to tell me I had to update and update and update. I'm like, bro, last thing I want to do is make any technological changes when things are working before the new year. I'm like, bro, last thing I want to do is make any technological. So that was me testing my audio. It seems to work. Oh, look, I had a viewer and I missed it. Was that probably me though? When I did the whole, I was watching this and it's cool. I streamed for an hour and didn't even realize it. This is finished, kinda. Essentially, my next part in this process. Oh, something I was mentioning earlier. Almond breeze. That's almond milk that I use to make smoothies. This and frozen bananas with a couple scoops of protein juice or protein powder make a really healthy liquid refrigerated meal. But it's just past the hour and I was trying to make my product placement like I said I was going to do. But what I was saying about that jug is this jug essentially holds enough water to make coffee to fill this thing and possibly the other thing. Maybe not to the rim, but my point is one entire jug fills my whole coffee deal. That gives me what I would probably consider 3 cups this size. Brought to you by Oscar Blues Brewery. Actually, Oscar Blues Eatery. The brewery got bought out. But the eatery is still owned by Dale, I think. From what I heard when I was up there last. But I'm also learning as far as like distance goes and camera throw. This camera here that I'm looking at, its setting is at the most zoomed in it can get. It's almost like I planned it somehow. And it's 45 inches from the space. So at 45 inches, if I were to do this is 45 inches, right? 44, 42 inches. That's at almost 44 inches exactly. So at 44 inches, it has 44 plus. That tells me whenever I go like this to that camera on telephoto, it's getting, that's the wedge on the ground in front of the lens. Also, that tells me, for example, for this to work in a internal display type, that would mean that like here, I would want some type of arm that put, how do I put it? Let me get this to 42 first. So here you can see it's at 42. So then I go to 0 right here, which is a point you can't see yet. There you can just see my hand on that camera, right here. So my point is that puts the mount for that camera so it's like up above my head. Makes sense? So that I can go like this and the camera will be up here above my head looking down on this table. This doesn't have to be, ideally you want this entire thing to be one big drawing tablet, you know what I mean, like an art tablet. So when I go like this with a stylus, it draws on a thing. So this becomes that screen. So I'm directly, if on this, just comprehend this for a second, if on this, behind that screen display of me drawing on it, there's a video running of, say, football, this becomes a telestrator. Do you now like see how see my dealy deal? And I'm gonna do this because the point is not me in this shot. The point is that table space. Part of it is I'm learning. For example, right now this tripod, one of the legs is against the leg of the table. I now spin the thing so it's a flat, with the idea that this tripod, as you can see in that camera there, this tripod right here, I'm essentially putting it so it's set perpendicular to the edge of this. You see what I mean? Because we've already discussed the reality, possibility, understanding. This table doesn't have to do what I suggested as far as being part of that box. It just works for me in this set and setting, this situation. But what I was suggesting is I was getting this so I could tell where it was lined up inside of the cube. Because from a single point, my primary issue is I have the devices, right? I have the screens. I have the computers, I have the knowledge, I have the technology, I understand what it takes to build it. I just gotta figure out how to build it and how to build it for what, for the most universal of application possible. Does that make sense? There are a few items that are critical I miss, I am lacking. Number one, micro HDMI from this camera to an HDMI or screen or computer for an input. So this camera sends the HDMI and I have a extra display as well as the ability to still send it to a computer through the other USB. That enables me to look at this camera and, like, say right here I have an 8-inch tablet. It's not configured yet, but the idea is that I can use that tablet as a screen display or even a phone. If this is a micro HDMI and there is this device, I'm certain that's that connector to a Wi-Fi or a Bluetooth, that would then be able to connect with those other devices without a cable, right? Then all I need is this connector supplies power. It has 2 batteries in the bottom and I have an 8-pack recharger. Part of me doing this process for my own good, I'm looking at this currently and I'm seeing how it fits almost perfectly in an RV. Because the technology, this table right here, I slide it in and out for that currently because of the distance, so you can see it, but so it's framed right into the image as well as possible, without causing me too much issue as per its positioning. Like if I turn this now, the tripod feet are in the line of the table legs, so this is now, if I go like that, 45 degrees on this, so that keeps that kind of square to the whole thing. But if I slide it out so the tabletop bottom is at the same line, that's my maximum open space, right? So that means that this becomes my maximum space available. With that camera in front of me, you can see up here and over here. If I had a, let's call it a tent, if I had posts from the top, and realistically all I would have to do is, if this is a box and it is sitting up from the ground over my head, as long as the top of the box had like hooks, places to attach, you could easily put a tarp across there, connect it to a set of legs on bases or a couple trees or whatever it might be, so that you had weather protection for the whole thing and the people in the box, covering all of this space. Going at 8 feet functions okay, but most tarps are 8 feet. I would probably go smaller than that, using this table that I'm working with now as the size footprint, which means all I have to do is figure out how to make a back frame for that table and it becomes a coffin. That's weird. Why did it do that? I told them I'm not talking to anybody until after the first. I did a thing, the Google, on the email, the Gmail has this setting where I can make it so I'm closed for the holidays. So I did that, and I put that the account won't reopen till April 1st. And if that doesn't make sense to you, then well, you're too stupid to get the joke. Explaining it won't make you any stupider. But it might make me look more stupider if I'm explaining something to somebody that could never understand in the first place. But I've done that so much in my life, I just try, you know. Now I'm checking this to see where the level is. Oops. Because I set that up, and yeah, I really do want to do this. I think I can do it if I can. Another nerdy thing that I should have but I don't have is like jumpers, little wire connectors with alligator clips, so I can connect things to things. Because with this, I could actually maybe not, but I was thinking I could put these lights straight into here in the box and keep it all as just a little glow box. And though I couldn't do that, I can set it like that, and then I could put these like that and just tape it, you know, use clear tape, and then that's a little bebop-a-doo-wop, don't say maybe. And then all I have to do is connect alligator clips or some type of little chunk clip to these battery connectors. 5 volts shouldn't blow it out, and that's what most like USB and low circuitry works at. And if it blows up the power fuse or the power switch, I got 3 more. Oftentimes in that situation, if I'm not everything packed up, like all of this was packed up every day for the last couple months. When I go to sleep, I don't feel I can sleep until I can wake up and get a call saying, hey, there's a van on the way. Maybe that's what this was about. If I had a van on the way, I'd pack up, load it up, and I'd be out of here in like a heartbeat. Any time that I have between now and when they officially say I'm out of here is just extra cleanup time, or, you know, extra fuck you time. Case manager told me that I had until the 11th to dispute, and I told him that's why I'm disputing the whole thing. It's bullshit. I'm so disputing it, I'm just gonna leave and not dispute it. It's like, if you're gonna push me to fucking be that guy, I'm just not gonna play that game. I'm just gonna do something better. And it is no doubt the stupidest time of the year to be going renegade homeless back on the road. But real honestly, like the title of this thing said, I feel it's importantly intelligent to be as far away from society come the 1st Like currently my mental expectations are to be up in Netherlands or somewhere up there camping for New Year's. I don't have a tent, but I have tarp, I have sleeping bag, I have stuff. Um, that would not be an easy bike pedal. But then that also realize I got a single frame, I got a double wheel frame. Both of those things in some manner could be modified so that either of their frame functions with the wheels of the other. See what I'm saying? Like if I took the skin off the Burley and put the bob on, that makes a three-wheeled single trailer. If it just, assuming it lines up correctly. That's something that I still haven't even, I just now came up with. But as per current design, this table that I'm functioning needs to fold up in a box like a coffin that will fit in the Burley trailer. My only option is cardboard. I have an abundance of it. Cardboard, tape, and that pallet wrap create weatherproof piece. It's not as durable as say aluminum, but it's maybe not as heavy. Still, if I can create a box so I can mount those monitors to that table exactly as they are with a couple simple screws, and then put the box over the top of it and attach it to the table, and then the table, the legs fold up. If everything that is that stuff is able to store on the table, is that's perfect. That's the makeup, the markup, the prototype. Because remember, the goal is not only to do this with what I have, but to do it with what I have for a reason. Because if I can make this box design in a manner that allows it to perfectly fit right into that Burley trailer, for example, if the Burley trailer just happens to be 2.5 feet wide or whatever that width is, that's how deep I'll make the box. See what I'm saying? As long as my table top fits in there, if it's wider, that just allows me a little edge for straps, for whatever. Also important is the length. Now, since I'm doing 6 foot, maybe, probably less because of this concept, I'm only going 2 foot wide. But if it allows for 2.5, then I do 2.5. Still, the beauty of by going by twos, plywood, for example, standard sheet is 4x8. That means 2 of those 4x8s, and then cut enables you for 3 pallets or 3 sheets to make a box that's 4 foot by 8 foot by 2 foot, right? Because you got the 2 sides, the tops and the bottom, as part of that. The math's probably wrong, but you get my point. In the same manner, for example, if you had 4x8, you cut it straight down the middle, you get 4x4 sections, right? Since these things are essentially, we'll call it a 2x4x6, or 2x4x4. At that point, that one cut is both side end pieces. 2 other boards cut in the middle are the tops and the bottoms and the sides. Like, see, 1, 2, 3, 4, that are all 2 foot by 2 foot by 4 foot. And then you have another one that's 2 foot by 2 foot by 4 foot for the sides. So different dimensions, but 3 pallets, slice, slice, slice. That functions with any of these deals, but my next kind of mental process, because the way I function is, I'll probably take all of this apart and set it aside temporarily. Then I'll start just with the table raw, and I'll get one of these boxes and figure out how big it is just as it is, so I don't have to change a thing about it, with the exception of wrapping it with the clear wrapping tape. If I can then get that box just as it is to sit on this table, and I'll be able to secure it to the table somehow. Remember, these are all test fits. Then I box so it opens like that, right? So if, and I do have a lot of little examples for display, but anyway, if the box is this box here, which I'm thinking is 2 foot by 2 foot by 4 foot, I'm just thinking, may not be, but just for now, if that's the case, that box sat on the table, I want the door, if the thing sat like this, and this is the front, if it pivots like that, then the monitors are here, up there. See what I mean? But all I'm trying to do is make it so the side opens up and I have access to this, but it's also in a shell, because just by extending a tarp onto that allows me to be able to see even some of the brightest lights. This thing has to be able to have shade protection, which also protects it from light if it's waterproof from the elements. If the box is pretty solid and it's also waterproofed before I even begin and structurally sound with some kind of shelf unit inside, then this design becomes, if I get that shelf and set it up, it'll fit in that box. I just put one part down, put the other part in, put the top part in, seal that side, cut some slots in the back, open it up, and then I have access with vision of the screens right in there. Everything's tidy together. But that thing, like a DJ booth, people didn't used to have DJ. You couldn't just go on Amazon and order a DJ booth. You had to buy turntables and mixers and what they now call a DJ coffin. But if something like this can be designed, and I'm certain that it could, let's imagine that instead of me functioning in a 4x4 by 6 or whatever, now again, if it's 4x4, that means one less monitor. Those two monitors will power by direct current. They're like 7.5 watts, I think, or something like that. The middle one, I don't know, but it's old. It needs a regular plug. My point is that things that require a regular plug will run on DC, but if the DC has to be converted, and when you convert, you generally lose energy, and you generate heat, etc. All things you would like to avoid. Having this reduced down and some awarenesses, all of this essentially is me measuring how much square footage of clear plastic vinyl thing I need. Because as soon as I get my money from the bank tomorrow, I'll get a day bus pass, and I'll go shopping for all of the items on my list, including possibly a clamp that mounts to this or any other table that allows me to connect 2 or 3 monitors directly to it. That way all of the cabling goes straight down the parts that connect to it. Then that clamps to the table, and then the box fits around all of that. This cable connector, HDMI micro to HDMI of some sort. If I have and can get, I have a ATA serial old type computer monitor to HDMI adapter, but it's fucked up. So if I get a good one of those, I can easily connect that one to any other machine. The idea is all of the machines need to have, I want to be able to put any computer there, because currently this space case, it's just a reserved space for anybody to put their stuff where it's at. I'm not designing this system to sell a big everything configured. I'm designing the system so you can put anything you want into it, like a DJ case or a coffin. But this one, for me, has the monitors because I need this product and I don't know how to find it or buy it, and I need it before I could afford to buy it. But since I'll get $800 or so, I think it's $860 now or $850 tomorrow morning, and then I'll go to the bank and withdraw it. That will be my month living supply minus $200 in food stamps. And so from January 1st forward is me documenting the residentially challenged adventures of Clem Hawkins, because we will. Currently, my best bet, because of not having any friends with a driver's license, my only resource seems to be a U-Haul. Um, they send you a container. As long as I can get it put out in the front space, right out there, um, I can then put my stuff in it and have it taken to the storage place. That saves everything and allows me to empty out the apartment like I've been trying to do. Because of my cane and even the lightest boxes, the back room, I have it sorted, I have it inventoried, everything's clean, but a person that doesn't understand what they're looking at would think it's all trash. But on one side is all the electronics, TVs, vacuum cleaners, printers, uh, all the stuff that is too big to think about worrying about taking, most of which I might have gotten for free or someone gifted me, or at the most, I bought it at a thrift store, when I moved in, like TVs and stuff. Um, Another, like, what used to be the bed, that footprint is essentially all stovepipe and regular beer cans cleaned out for an art project of a light and furniture. Um, Most everything else is either basic recyclables or reusables. For example, there's a couple of boxes full of containers, ouch, that are kind of like this, because you can put soil in this, and this is a flower pot. This is for potting, for making soil, so you can then make drip irrigation. One of these will easily grow a tomato plant or like a head of lettuce or something like that. Turned this way with the side cut, that would produce, say, spinach. If the inside is like rock wool, you can actually slices on the sides and grow vertically. So this whole space becomes your grow space. Again, if you don't know what you're looking at, well, you don't know what you're looking at. I see these things, and if I don't see three or more uses for something, it doesn't. I don't think of it as function. I don't think of it as a good thing. Almost every item I've ever gotten really good function out of, I defined what its function was. For example, this whole thing, it's just flashing in my head. Sometimes I find things like baby changing stations or a baby carriage. If I can figure out how to configure this to work in this setting of a box that I can mount to my trailer, essentially, my bicycle, and that trailer become anything I would want in an apartment anyway, with one exception, a Wi-Fi spot. But since I'll have money, hopefully, and my card will be working, I'll be able to get a mobile hotspot, like a cell phone, like Verizon or something. It's a little box that you normally plug into the wall, and it powers and it gives you a Wi-Fi signal wherever you're at. If that thing is part of this box, that makes this entire thing a remote studio live streaming station. You see what I'm saying? Because just that, with these monitors and any computer, that box is all of a sudden a live streaming platform for anywhere. Natural disasters, coordinating efforts of you people and what have you. Your command center for your concert or your festival. This duplicated, that means that security can have one of these, housekeeping can have one of these, staging, production, etc. The only difference is more cameras pointed at workstations enables you, as say front of house, I could have 3 of these workstations, 1, 2, 3, plus my main soundboard, light board, video board, etc. Normally those are different, but I'm just using this as an example. Then I'm not actually doing much with any of these boards except recording and controlling the master deal, because that would all go to either a server, because remember, each one of these boxes is configured to automatically connect to either Wi-Fi or internet networks, again through a TPI link that's questionable. When, if I get to the point of watching that video and reviewing what needs to be adjusted, I can then use a thing that they say has a common fault, but I fix the fault. So it may have other faults, but at least the thing that they think is, it won't work. You know what I mean? I'll just like, if it goes to a certain port, or I can do that. But that's somewhere, and one of those things that I have to get to phase 2 or phase 3 of this whole process. It's taken me 2 hours streaming this one, and I think, again, I'm not sure what's connected or not, but I still have an hour or two of video that's on this camera that I need to live stream. That's normally the way I've been doing things, and I see that that says it's not live, so let me get to where it's live. And then there's something maybe about the latency that always tends to kind of go back to maybe it's the Wi-Fi. Anyway, to do that means I have to turn this camera off. I got to do some OBS stuff. So I was trying to get this and this complete and get myself, so I was complete with, okay, that thing is done. You know what I'm saying? Like yesterday before I went to bed, I had a list of things, like I go through, I review the day, and I think about the day ahead tomorrow. And then I go to sleep with that, hoping, expecting that my brain in the background kind of works on that stuff while I'm sleeping. Then I wake up and I function to try to do what I'm trying to do. And I'm also envisioning all these things in different scenarios and settings. In that, the outside box can be pretty much anything. It's currently a front living room of a studio bedroom of a studio one or a 1-bedroom apartment that's maybe 420 square feet total, or 5. It's not very big. I don't know what the dimensions of this room are, but it's kind of standardized. I'm dealing with what fits in an 8x8 right now. You see what I mean? Like, if another aspect is, how can I set this up and it'll function? Here's a perfect example why to go on the 2 4 6 8 method. This table here, we've decided is essentially 4 feet. This table we've kind of decided is essentially 4 now, 2 feet. This table slid all the way this way could slide that way 2 feet. Part of it I couldn't use or access or see because it would be behind the screen, but it shrinks my foot space up smaller, so I'm right here and this is right here, and then right behind me is just a wall. See what I mean? So all of that fits. The only issue then becomes where up here I put the camera, because that's going to be just a really lightweight, essentially the selfie stick, somehow bridged along a little wedge that holds it, and I just tape it on there and it's there, and psh, you can see it just like that. I do things so temporary so many times, it's almost gotten to be the only way that I'm able to do it. Like, I have to start from the beginning, because otherwise I can't be for sure that everything is done correctly. Then I don't have to remember how to do the whole thing. All I have to do is remember how to do each step. The reason I'm doing all of this is because I'm doing things I hopefully won't have to do again, but by documenting, I'm allowing for myself and others to learn from my experiences, because that's what DreamSpace is all about. The DreamSpace started as one of those mission from God, I see the light. It's an acronym. It stands for Developing Recreation, Education, Art, and Music. This idea hit me in the late 90s at a time where all of the funding for public schools was removing art, music, and sports and recreation. Only just basics, plug and chug, get them through the system so we can put them in a factory or put them in an office. That's what it was. The space, supporting practicing artists collectively educate. Any item, let's call it a space, let's call that just a generic nonprofit business plan. Let's use the analogy of this box, AV Streamcast box, podcast streamcasting machine that I'm designing here. Is what I'm talking about. It's got a Wi-Fi, it's got 3 screens, it's got any computer you'd like to put in there. In this case, the biggest one possible. It's like a 10-year-old mini tower. It's an ATX board, I think, for nerds, or it's an HP version of an ATX board. Point is, if your nonprofit is a dance company, that's your computer. You put that dance company in there. The dream is one screen. The space is another screen. The nonprofit is a third screen. So DreamSpace Spaces, DreamSpace Productions, and DreamSpace Foundation. Meaning, the whole thing is designed not to be a thing, but to be a design for a thing. It's like, I'm not giving you a picture, I'm giving you a connect the dots, and you can choose how you want to connect the dots. Because the point is, everybody has a different reason for doing it, and it shouldn't matter what the reason is. The point is that it provides a service and a function for a lot of different people. The mounting things that I'm talking about on my shopping list, that's probably what I need to put here. Shopping list. Where did I put this? Shopping list. Micro HDMI for camera. Q to in. And then monitor mount. On 3. I'm gonna just put 3 monitor mount. 3 mount mon, meaning a mount that clips that can hold those. The middle one's the heaviest one, and it's old. It's probably heavy because that cable that connects to it on the insides goes to a converter that converts the power to direct current. Anyway, Helen Y and 369. The clear wrap. So I'm just going to put palette wrap because there's clear wrap and there's stuff that's tinted so you can't see it. The first vision that I had was the egg. The trailer, the Burley trailer, is essentially shaped and designed. It looks almost exactly like an Airstream but shrunk. If I wrap that in clear plastic, because there's a canvas shell, but it's old, it's tattery, it's not waterproof, it's janky. But I can take the wheels off, get that shell, wrap it with this stuff like 3 times, it becomes a waterproof, windproof, weatherproof shell, right? Put the wheels back on, it's as good as you could ever imagine, very, very, very lightweight. Then, in that space, I have in my head already put a box like this that goes in that trailer. Then, I make that box, I mount everything, I tape it up, it's fixed. I wrap it up with the clear tape, or the clear plastic. It's weatherproof, waterproof, 100%. The top up here would be like cardboard or something that's opaque, so the light from the sun, and so I can see everything. These could have the cloth wings or tarps, but that's wrapped in plastic. The cart's wrapped in plastic. I cut a slice or a little capital I shape in the plastic so it opens the door. Then I slide the table unit, the DreamSpace AV stream machine, into it, and then I wrap where I connected it. So then this is waterproof, this is waterproof, then the seal part is waterproofed. That makes the whole trailer the unit. Then the idea is to make it so the box will slide out and then either out of the bottom of the box I'll be able to access the table to put it underneath it, or better yet, just make the legs, like I'll mount the table into the box with the legs facing down. Then I cut incisions into the box so the box bottom flaps that way, or maybe flaps that way, meaning the bottom will open up so the legs can come out. But then when I'm ready to put it back in the basket, those legs go back up just like they are. Then I fold the box up and I lay it down and I scooch it into the trailer, and it's sealed and mobile. Here's the other cool part about it, and I'm doing this perfectly timed at 2 minutes, so awesome. The other beauty about it is with battery supply, which is an uninterrupted power supply hooked to a 12-volt battery of some sort, motorcycle battery, lawnmower battery, little boat battery, something, solar panel, another addition that can be to the box. Each one of the things that I'm thinking about, like the LED wall, like the solar panel idea, like the this or the that. The other part that I'd add to this, because I've seen it way long ago when all these ideas got planted in my brain as a seed, this extra space over here, remember we're talking about this is an 8-foot section, right? What if you put 4 bicycles on generators? So this is a pedal station, meaning that you have a bicycle with a little kind of a tripod stand that mounts on the axle. So the axle sits on there, but it's jacked up so it's not on the ground. And then the spinning of that wheel either is directly connected with a chain or a belt, or better yet, you could probably attach some really small magnets. There used to be a thing in the 70s, like our bicycles had these little generators, and the oldest ones had a little wheel that kind of rubbed against the side of your tire, and that spun it this way because then it just generated the headlight and the tail light. It's like an old Schwinn thing. Then they made them so you could actually put something and it did it without touching it the way a motor works. Anyway, my point is this becomes a pedal station, and it charges all the batteries for the LED wall. So people had to invest their energy so everyone else can enjoy the show. So that's my 2-hour mark. Cool. That hour was brought to you by Cray Computers and Supercomputer Convention, which that one was 2019. Because free is just a 4-letter word to the powers that be. I'm Clem Hawkins, and that's episode and hour number 2. Alrighty, that was good. And then the leg thing, so we're going to call this the bike power station. That's funny because the bike's stationary, right? To that bank. Right. Okay. So where are we at with this? You're getting scooched back because I need to put this in a place that enables me to zoink past the camera and go make coffee. What does this look like? I wonder. Here, let me loosen that. Oh, shopping list. I need some kind of lubricant. I'm gonna put WD-40. 40. I'm gonna put Quackers. Quack. Gaff. 3. I'm gonna put SD cards. Mem. Phone minutes. Wi-Fi. service that'll probably come with the phone. And then I'll probably need some type of inverter or uninterrupted power supply X4. Alright, where are we at here? You're up there. Let's get you turned over here so you can see. Oh, I'm going to zoom you out. That's what I need to do. Okay, cool beans. That was a good episode. Who's sponsoring our third something? Alright, I already did Oscar. Hazel Beverages. I haven't done them yet. So this part of the program is brought to you by Hazel Beverages in Boulder, because if you want to fly right, you might want to get a little sippy sip on them. It's called Beverage World. It's what, 28th, and it's that place over by McGuckins, and I guess where Wally World, or the new Goodwill is. So I should probably, that's a good reminder to put on my list. I'm going to put, what did I put? Hazel's. Because suitcases can be used for these types of things. I could maybe put this computer on the bottom of the suitcase, lift the lid up, mount the screen on the top of the suitcase. It's what we used to call a lunchbox, but it's a lunchbox gamer. That's a really cool design. And then, so Goodwill, suitcase, what was that, Samsonite? Lunch box version prototype. Now, something that I've done with all this stuff, and I want to get to it, but I want to get to this too. I've still got a couple hours on that camera to catch you up to date from either this morning or yesterday or whenever it was. But I'm 57 years old. As far as I'm aware, I have no kids. Both my parents disowned me. It's not as if either of them really had much. If my dad didn't disclude me or exclude me from the will, or leave it as to my greedy stepmonster's discretion, which seems to be the case, I'd get half of whatever they have left when they're both gone. Meaning 13 acres of property on the Licking River in Missouri. It's a pretty nice place, but I would be more inclined to probably immediately, if I had kids, I'd just be like, let them have it, because it's got spring fed. It's in Licking, Missouri, and the biggest apartment complex is also a state prison. So that's how the city functions. It uses the money it makes for keeping all the prisoners right next door as a reason for population growth, because they had to move all of the guards. And I mean, it was just put there because of its remote location, and because that place could support a couple more dozens of people as far as the grocery stores and what was available. But it's the smallest town along most everything from Rolla to down where the highway goes to either Springfield or over to 20 down towards Nashville, over to Paducah. Essentially, right about Mason-Dixon line, there's a highway that goes straight across the bottom of Missouri from one bottom corner, which is maybe over by Joplin, maybe, where the piano player guy was from, all the way across the bottom to what the boot hill is, which is Paducah, where I grew up, kind of. But the point of all this is that the DREAMSPACE, again, is designed to be like this table, like everything else. It's modules. You could fit in and put how you wanted to, as long as it's always developing, meaning it's designed to constantly change. It understands change as the part of the process. It's not consistent, but it's regular. recreation, education, art, and music. I can't think of anything besides science, and you can put science under education. So that filters everything, but most importantly, recreation, education, art, and music also all four support three parts of your health: physical, mental, and spiritual. The space is the idea of this whole building was that it was a big two-story warehouse, the top floor being a residence, set up with 30% of it set up so it was like a youth hostel, and then the other part would be permanent housing for resident instructors that live there, like teachers. I had something for resident teachers or whatever they are. The whole point of the dream space is those teachers are individualized. It could be Grandma Moses that taught crochet, and Fred Smith that taught farming, and Billy Bob Buttthrob that taught the John Deere engineering or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? What the class is like what the computer is. It don't matter. The point is that the three views: the functioning of the making of stuff, the functioning of selling the stuff or the service, and then the collecting of stuff or managing the resources to keep all three plates spinning at once. That's what's going on with this entire process, whether it be this little DJ box or these other things. I'm working on this because it just clicked to me. The big space is I'm looking too big. I need to make a Samsonite version, because I could put two Samsonite versions or three. See what I'm saying? Instead of going with big boxes and building it out of the cardboard, what if I just use 3 suitcases and then flip them up? It doesn't have this structural integrity, but maybe those things being smaller allows me to chicka. Still, it's in the designing process. I almost go with the rule of 3 and everything, meaning it started with this first display of 3 screens, right? Then I'm reducing it down to 1 screen. As far as a suitcase, here's why. When I go out into the wilderness of the universe, of the world tomorrow, I'm doing everything to keep myself energized and awake until the time. So when I go to sleep, I'll wake up and it'll be early enough, like it's 5:30. I gotta get coffee made soon so I don't stay up all night. If I do end up staying up all night, then I gotta stay up extra all night, meaning first thing at the morning, the bank, get that handled. But keep in mind things like Goodwill might not open till 10 or maybe even 11. Hazel's, I don't need to be getting beer early in the morning. That's kind of an afternoon thing. Temperatures in Boulder almost always nicer between noon and 3, or 1 and 3, to keep the whole 13 theme going with us. Oh, I didn't think of I said Hazel's. And yes, I'm going to make coffee. That means I need to turn on water and find what I did with the grounds. They're up on the counter behind the TV, and I need my stick. Ugh. Another thing I keep trying to remind myself to test. This is a foil box, basically. I wonder if I put a phone in here, if it works like a Faraday cage. Because if so, this bag can become the first initial frame of the computer box. I just pull the front parts that I talked about earlier to put them on the back, and I make it so that box sits in here. Yes, it's got paper, and yes, it's got metal, but the metal should be water sealed, and if I wrap that in clear plastic pallet wrap, this paper becomes a moisture barrier protectant to keep it from getting, you see what I'm saying? It utilizes it in a good way, because it airtight seals the paper between here and here. So any breaks in the metal, but if it works as a Faraday cage, that means I will have to have, none of my computers currently have built-in Wi-Fi or Bluetooth. I choose when they connect. If this box is designed to be for anybody's thing, like if I make the Samsonite thing work for the crappy Flappy Lappy, that means that I'm putting everything for that machine, and that replicates someone's laptop. This, it could be a laptop, it could be a desktop, it could be a tower, right? Different towers have different capabilities. Therefore, to utilize the technology for things such as the LED screen on the backside, that should probably be its own different set of circuitry and outlet or input power. Meaning, just the case with, I want to be able to utilize this on battery power, direct current, with a reserve of less than a couple, like no more than two, like marine batteries. Preferably just one flat, different kind of battery, but the same technology. So that will run that thing for 4 to 6 hours. And with that thing may also include a second module of speakers, which I have over there in a box. And then that being able to expand. If the box is self-contained, all you need is the inputs and the outputs accessible. Everything else can stay sealed. The other fun part is, if I get this done quickly enough, I could, if I so choose, maybe not these ones, but all of those aluminum cans in there I had for the art project, I could essentially cut the tops off of them, slide it open, and have really thin aluminum to put against the clear plastic once I wrap so the burley has a skin, has a aluminum frame, and then it has a canvas type of frame with some plastic and hoods and stuff and zippers and stuff. So I just leave that exactly the way it is, and I wrap it in the clear plastic. It essentially makes it waterproof and super lightweight. But then I take those aluminum cans and I layer the outside of it with aluminum and wrap it again. It maybe makes that into a Faraday egg. See what I'm saying? So you could put that egg in front of any meeting place, and everyone's phone goes in there. You close it up. Nobody's phone registers in the thing, in the ethos. You could then, just for fun, with everybody's phone in there, leave it locked so everyone's stuff is safe, but make it so the metal panel opens. You drive the bicycle to some other place, and then you open it up, and then you close it, and then you drive the bike to another place. So all of a sudden, you're seeing these dots show up of people's phone signals all being found at certain places. So then you can draw on the ground a grid image like it connects the dots by the angles and degrees and distances from each one. At the dot, you go to the dot, it gives you the next angle, like reference angle. Where you're coming from is 0. It has to be, so that's where you're coming from. So to go straight again would be 0 or 360, or however that's coordinated. But the point is that first number would be angle where you came from, 0. Where you're going to, 90. How far? Distance. From to distance, from to distance, from to distance. But I love that idea because you could let them put it in a bag with a RFID tag in it. You slide it into a thing like a mailbox dealie or a voting box, like something that size, one of those street machines that's about those. In these states, we have these big blue boxes that they're big enough that one, like 2x2x4 or 1x2x2 plastic thing goes in there, so all the letters fall in. The mail guy opens this thing up, slides this thing out, replaces it with a new one after they grab whatever fell around the edges, and then that's how they do the mail. Yes, please, coffee. Yes, please, this. And let's turn it over to this thing so maybe you can see. kind of cool. I didn't even think about that. You can see this. This is the Crafty Laffy. This hour of the podcast is sponsored by Radio Free Netherlands and ADHD TV. We change channels so you don't have to. So what I'm acknowledging is that not tasty, but that amount is about what will fit in my cup. So while I do this, I turn this on. So here, let me turn that on. So the hot plate turns on, which will heat this up. That gives me time to do this stuff while that's warming up. And this disc, and this is the beauty of like all of the realities. Normally when I do just my normal cup, this is twice the amount, which makes it pop. You can grab every edge of the coffee filter and essentially make a big hockey puck and like press it, and it'll hold that position. And then when it dries, that hockey puck and your collection of banana peels is a really good addition to make soil. And I realized that this is a gold filter, one of those reusable ones, but I have plenty of extra paper filters. And my current coffee setup is this with my other gold filter, my other screen, and the filters. And the reason these are separate is because when I'm mobile and this isn't available, this thing just makes hot water. So I can put this like that. Well, put the screen up there. That is the best coffee maker you can have on the planet. With one addition of a paper filter. But with this, it holds the paper filter, so it's kind of filtered twice. Paper filter being a better filter. And then here I have this container because one full scoop makes half pop. And the blend that we're dealing with is part Starbucks French roast, part this stuff. Speaking of sponsored by, I only sponsor stuff, I pay my sponsors. Like, these are all things that I buy. And I also like these things for emergencies. This is Cafe Bustuo. This is an instant coffee. 2 of these and powdered non-dairy creamer. That's good enough for me. It gives me the juice, the jive, the willingness to thrive. The skiddly bebop and Scooby-Doo. Be sure not to put your face where the steam blasts out. Oh, and yeah, I'm gonna do that too. One of my other mainstay vessels, I have a plastic cup somewhere for like smoothies and stuff that is big enough and is light enough. In a pinch, I could use it as a bowl or an eating vessel. And as I look through this, part of my design thing needs to include 2 boxes about this size to represent trays or drawers in that. Because when I'm on site working, I just empty my pockets. tried to time that and not let you hear it, but you heard it. Oh, here's that cup. And I'm just gonna put the stale coffee there. That way I have fresh in my cup. Then I can pour through the stale. It'll mix with the new fresh, and then that'll become what I put in here. The other fun fact I've learned of myself is the size of scoop that I use for coffee. Here, I'll give you an example. I get this scoop and I pour it in there. That's a 2 scoop. That's the exact amount I want for what I think now is 2 of these cups. I used to have a bigger cup. So that scoop would be some coffee, right? But a little bit more makes it a little stronger. My point is this. This same scoop, and I think it's maybe a tablespoon, but whatever it is, I use that same amount for how much creamer I use in a cup. Normally I would just have a big container and scoop it out, but since I'm in mobile mode, I use this method. But that enables me to have a better judgment on how long a supply of something will last. Because as it stands, outside of those 3 bananas, and a bag of ramen noodles, these items that I'm using, I'm essentially living in how I see myself being forced to live right after the first. Like this will be life wherever I'm at, and all these things need to be easily accessible and or on hand to get to. Because if I can get this figured out into a small box like that and wrapped up and into that crate, all the little knick-knackety spots, like there's always, I think, when I put the box in there, because I've already measured that box, that's why I know this works, because I'm measuring the 3rd and 4th and 5th time. But that box, just as it's structured, will fit right into that thing. The question is, how long can it be? And that's kind of an issue, but it mostly has to do with where the box sits on the wheels. Meaning if I modify the back, I just make the box go further back so it clears the wheel, no problem. But more importantly, that the space functions. And if by using that as its base, then hopefully everything will fit. And the table I'm using as the footprint was in a box on the trailer, you know, in the box. It fits perfectly. It's almost the exact same width as these shelves over here. It's essentially that wide right there. And if I had a suitcase, and here's the beauty, this is about the size of the box I want the suitcase to fit in while it's open. Because that right there, how can I put it easy? You can see that screen would probably fit directly in there. So if I clear this counter off, I put that box there, and I scoot it all the way forward, and I put it so that this thing has those mounts, and that mount is right at the back, and it goes to the bottom of the, say, suitcase. At that point, the suitcase opens up, with this being the lid mounted to the back of the suitcase. So when it opens up, whatever computer, and I have 2 small form factors and another one that size, and again, designed so anybody's laptop can go in and connect. Because once I get my other laptop working, it should be just air, compressed air that I need to use. But it could be more. In the worst case situation, I might, like one of my ghetto tricks is if I buy something and it breaks and I like it, instead of returning it, I buy the exact thing and then I say I returned that one. Because it used to be we would go to Walmart, like I met these climbers taught me this, Joshua Tree, they call themselves dirtbags, but Walmart had a policy where within 90 days you could return anything. But you had to have the receipt, so they would kind of live in 3-month sessions at different climates for climbing. Red Rocks was one of them, Joshua Tree was one of them. Red Rocks in Vegas was one of them. I think Yosemite was one of them, and I'm not sure what the other one was. Maybe Tahoe. But this was the way they'd function. Show up to Walmart, buy a TV, buy a DVD, buy whatever you want that you can put in your car or your van and run off of either electrical power, single unit, or solar deal. Tape receipt to calendar. Stash all the packing material. Do whatever you do for 2.5 months. Pack everything back in the boxes with the receipt. Go to Walmart, get your money back. Use the money to get to the next place. Repeat. That way, they always kept upgrading the equipment and never have to worry about return dates. In my situation, I'm just saying, sometimes, like the laptop I bought a while ago, and it was just recently that the fan decided to act all crappy. So, if I got one just like it anywhere, all I have to do is pull out the good fan, put the old fan in it, then my laptop stays exactly the same with only the bad parts replaced. Or in a maybe easier situation, I would maybe not even open it up. I would just take the exterior skin from my laptop, take that other one off, flip-flop them so my old internals become the one they gave me. All depends on where the serial number is, of course. But told you I was gonna do it. Now again you can see why this is so important. Because that makes it super easy. And the way I've always functioned for the most part is each one of these little things, these activities that I'm doing to keep, I keep JavaScript determining, I keep putting code in there accidentally, maybe on purpose, because part of my process is I'm aware in a big picture when I do this, in a few days it gets turned into closed captioning. I can then copy that text and paste it into the comments because geeks prefer text. Computer nerds prefer to be able to read. I can read faster than I can spend the time sitting and listening, especially to me. You know what I mean? Like if I can go, oh, remember when I talked about that one thing? If I have a database, essentially one Word file with every single video transcript I did, I search it, it shows me every time in every video I've ever said that one thing. Whether it's hashtag, oh, write this down, or hashtag, that's a good one, or whatever I might have thought at the time. If I continue to function in the same manner, it makes sense. So now we're doing a flashback of shot that. But I did this morning, which is me telling myself I was going to do this afternoon, sort of, without telling myself anything. I'm a weird monkey, bro, and I've been living in this monkey body, driving this white boy's body around like I have been the way I have been. Maybe I am a Lectroid. Maybe I am a, I don't know about Lectroid, but I'm the good alien from Buckaroo Banzai, not the bad ones. And yeah, just because these keep sitting at me, I'm gonna do that. As weird as it sounds, I'm trying to keep track of the days by I eat a banana a day. Although I didn't do oatmeal this morning, peanut butter would be really good on this right now. And again, as I mentioned, the AV thing, I'm turning it into a box. My kitchen, the first box that I built was probably a speaker box. No, actually, I built a gun cabinet for my dad right after my grandfather passed away, or right as he was passing away. Got a blue ribbon for it. Probably the best thing I got out of high school was as an award. You don't really get any awards for being in plays or singing in chorus or whatever. You know, musician in high school is the person most likely to not be there that appreciated, because musicians then were doing marching band, and for most people that was kind of like flag girl popularity. It's just like you're just a supporting cast member of the football team. This is my peanut butter and banana KNOT sandwich. Leave that there as a reminder. But the biggest overall point is, if you go and try on shoes, you test fit clothes, you put them on, you walk around in them, whether they're shoes or they're pants or they're whatever. Black spray paint. Shopping list. I actually put black, silver, orange spray paint somewhere in one of these boxes somewhere, and it's one of those, oh, that's one of those things I gotta find. Because I work on the free period, I mentioned that. But if I move somewhere and I don't unpack, I simply if everything's labeled in boxes, I just go and I get what I need and leave the box as it is. Just take the one item out. Point is that if you get to a box that you haven't used in 5 or 6 months, that stuff probably isn't that big of a deal. Now, there's other things that kind of are a big deal, in that, like pictures, you don't really do anything but look at them, but it's nice to have those memories. Like, I have a picture somewhere for many years. It was my granny, who was from the Cherokee side of my family heritage. Actually, it was her husband. My grandfather was a Cherokee. But that's a little canoe
to remind me of her stroke, like paddling up the river, and life is a dream, and merrily, 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 yada yada yada. So I'm gonna let that sit until I can get it. I'm gonna keep working on the process that I had rolling before, which was clearing this counter so I can put that box around that TV monitor as its new little nested home. And then I'll have to get a separate box to put the Crappy Lappy in. But one that will fit into this one, like underneath it or something, like shelf. But I'm almost never, as they say, impressed with myself, but I am, I do feel a sense of, wow, now it makes sense because it's kind of all coming together, and like, there's a lot of blind faith I have to deal with for myself on my own daily basis, because I tell myself to do things that don't particularly make sense at the time. And for a long time I'd be like, that's stupid, and so I wouldn't do whatever my head was telling me to do because I didn't see any logic or reasoning to it. And then later I'd be like, oh, that's why I was supposed to do it that way. You know what I mean? For example, I'm aware that this TV, the connectors are all here and recessed. The cooling parts are flush against the back and along the top. The top is where all of the heat's coming from. These ports are a little janky. So when I get it and set it, I'm gonna try to get it, like tape it in or do something so it sticks and it's waterproof, like a silicone. If I had hot glue and I just connected my best cables to it, hot glued them, then I could choose what I connect to it, if that makes any sense. But the idea and the premise I'm working with is that this box is essentially the size of a Samsonite suitcase opened up. And in all honestness, the Samsonite suitcase isn't so, I only use that because that essentially builds the flight case for me. It's already flight tested in the right size. All I was suggesting is this box might not be big enough. Because I'm gonna have the issue with that cable. But also the buttons for the monitor are on the side. So I'm pretty sure that if I put this in there, it's gonna be a couple inches too skinny. But it at least kind of allows for what I was talking about in how that creates the desired shade if those are extended. And I can then work with that from that. Did coffee, I'm letting that heat up, utilizing those in the process. And
part of these things. It won't matter to me now exactly, but I'm looking at these things to see how it lines up. Like right now I'm back to parallel with the table, not quite 90 degrees. I'm looking to see where the two screens fit with this wide, because if I went like that, it puts them all above that inset. And that also keeps the top of my frame there kind of in line with that monitor. That's pretty cool actually, because that puts those exact. The only problem is it doesn't give me much operating room. That one works. I'm just trying to make it so it's 100% consistent, and then I can just set it like it's supposed to be, because that's on wide, and even that looks, shoot, that's almost perfect. And then of course I can move this. Where are you at? Hopefully I caught it. Where are we at? Excellent condition, maybe. Hello. Okay, there it goes. So anyway, the idea is that if I get this set so I can spin it this way, and it sees all of those screens really well. And this is at the wide angle. Fix it a bit. When this camera becomes centralized, these angles become the default positions of the camera as the app. The way my brain works is, have you noticed that I keep mentioning JavaScript terms like activity? Because my brain uses all the same stuff all the time to help me keep my brain somewhat consistent with as variable as it can be sometimes. Now we just see how we frame up in this one. Little pieces of tape will fix that stuff, right? Alright, this one's brought to you by DREAMSPACE. Product placement. I'm waiting for that. Tell me where it's at. Yeah, pretty good. So on my deal was black paint, silver paint, orange paint, because I can spray paint. I have large pieces of plastic that are intended to be they're stencil sheets, and so you can cut a stencil in them, and they're heavy duty plastic. So I have to do a lightning bolt and a monkey and possibly an outline or background, but the idea would be I would flash the, like a quick spray is the orange monkey, then a different stencil is the silver lightning bolt with a black circle at first that gives it kind of a faded backdrop. But the reason I want black paint is because I have 5 maybe pairs of camouflage cargo pants that are military. They're Marine or Navy, whatever, cargo pants and shirts, but I don't want to look like a fucking forest. And since I have a laundry machine, and if I buy dye, black dye, I can then put all of those things into the laundry machine, put black dye into the laundry machine, act as if I'm washing it,
it's gonna dye all those things, hopefully really dark black, so I can then wear them as my everyday stuff. Stagehand uniform is all black. The Man in Black is a song I appreciate by Johnny Cash because it represents, as the Man in Black, all the people that I also represent, because I are one. And why does that look the way that it does? I think that should be down a little bit. Oh, it's because I'm looking at the other one. That one should be down a little bit. That one's right. Gosh. That's where that one's supposed to be. But what I was trying to suggest is that when I do these these settings in the future, if and when, now here's the reality. Where's this at? This should come up some maybe. Turn it so I can see more computers and less of that stuff. Let me do that right there. I'm just trying to do this so in the future I can have that camera, because realistically I'm dealing with the center point and then the angle, which all becomes a math formula, because if this is a box that fits in a U-Haul or whatever it is, if this box opens up, on that box should be a little thing with a camera right here that the angles 90 there, 0 there, 180 there, that matters, because the idea of this whole thing is to be able to make an app on a phone that controls everything connected to the box. That means that this computer, as I mentioned, the computer could be anything, even a tablet with all your connections to the tablet, so you could just have the tablet there, set the box up wherever you wanted, and then be somewhere else with your tablet or your phone, and you could work everything that's connected to all those things. Meaning you could just have a plain box that's just sitting off random. All of a sudden the LED starts going, and this music starts pumping, and all this activity starts happening, and it's essentially the size of a like a upright piano. The cool part about those upright pianos, those cases, they have tons of them, because they're designed exactly as a traveling thing. They almost always have wheels on them, and the keyboard thing has a deal that flops down on every one of them, because that protects the keys when you're traveling from being clanked upon, and everything else is sealed. If you put all of that onto it in a stage case, more times than not, doing stagehand work, even grand pianos, baby grand pianos, upright pianos, even if those items have wheels on them, those wheels will be on the item inside of a case, with that case having better wheels, always. Because you need the wheels when you're pushing around all the weight and it's on a semi-truck and you got a forklift moving it around and stuff. That's why those cases are built to be so durable. Samsonite suitcases, as long as I find one big enough to fit that, I'm golden. Because if I can fit that one in there, that monitor will run any one of my computers. Then I just need a suitcase for my computer, and then a suitcase for each of these other monitors and keyboards and stuff, which essentially converts this whole coffin idea into modules of suitcases. One being the center universal screen, two smaller ones being like the wing monitors in each one, depending on situation. Obviously the first one has to have the primary computer, or at the very least the docking station for your laptop. And I think I mentioned earlier, all these issues with my card started because I went to get tobacco, and I don't know, I sensed it, Amazon tried to hijack me for a couple $100 and then rapidly returned it because they didn't want to have too much money. Like, some businesses try really hard to show profit before the final quarter, which is why Black Friday became such a big deal, which is how the taxes and the government influence the market economy. But anyway, 2 or 3 of my normal rolled American Spirit cigarettes is all it takes to make a 3rd new one or a 4th new one. So fortunately, from experience, when I was doing well and the months were short, meaning 3 to 4 weeks between paychecks and not 5 to 6, I keep that's nuts or a coffee can, or I've got lots of snipes around for just such an occasion. The other thing to maybe consider also with that, a lot of these items, if I was stationary in a place where I could feel comfortable getting deliveries without them being stolen, broken, or damaged, I would just order these things from Amazon probably. Instead, I gotta go to like a Walmart or a Target or some kind of big thing, because almost all of it is the type of stuff that's cheap in biggest bulk and too expensive at like smaller hardware stores. But things like tobacco and other things are $5 more expensive here in Boulder because of local taxes. And since I'm dialing it down to Samsonite size, a lot of these plans now become dependent upon what I find just waiting for me at Goodwill or wherever tomorrow. That tells me, like, if I can't find something at least 24 inches wide, it's not big enough, and that one's even wider, I think. Yeah, because the box looks 22, and I need a box that's at least 28 wide and about 18 inches tall. So 18 by 28 is my suitcase measurement style. 18 inches by 28 inches by 6 to 8 inches. I'm just going to put 8 inches, because then I could do 6 or 10, but not thinner. Suitcase Samsonite. 18, 28, 8. And that's just so I'm not going to take a list, I'll just hopefully remember. If I program it in my head, maybe helps me remember. Somewhere I have about 25 or 30 of these, which is, again, if I can test this in principle, get a cell phone, turn it on, put it in there, close it up, where's my device, make it make a noise, doesn't make a noise, it's a Faraday cage. That means I can put computers in those things, I can use those things to wrap around other things and use that clear plastic wrap. So far, all of my prototype designs are dependent upon heavy duty to industrial level clear plastic pallet wrap. Most of that I found on Amazon was like 15 inches. I'm looking for 18 to 24 inches. I'm looking for the stuff that we used when I was a stagehand.
It's just sometimes the only way you can buy those things is if you're in the industry, because like there's a production company called Foreman, and they do all of the small level gigs. I mean, they do big level gigs, but they specialize in the smaller level gigs. They have warehouses with tons, like pallets of that shit. It's like something that they don't even think about. They use all the time. I'm thinking about it today, boy, because I remember those things are like this tall, and you just go around a pallet like 4 times. But if we were working a convention center per se, and we had to clear something out, but we couldn't find the boxes and we couldn't find the people, we would get the stuff, set it on a rolling platform, and then use this stuff. We'd wrap it a couple of times, then we'd just hold it, and one of the other guys would just spin it on the wheels, and we would just make a spider web, eggshell cocoon of it, cut that plastic, roll it off to the side, put a label on it, wrap it again, because as you're wrapping it, you can put a piece of paper in there and still see through it. So that's what I'm talking about with this thing. I can create the box and then put any design on it and wrap the design inside the box. So I could use aluminum cans, I could use actual Faraday cloth, that'd be hella expensive. I could use aluminum cans inside out or outside in if I wanted to promote the label. So many things could be done with it. The point is, the individualized unit becomes a fleet of prototypes you send to festivals to promote what it is, because anybody that goes to any of these festivals wants one of these things at their campsite, because you can pull up to a campsite on a bicycle, put this thing on a picnic table, open it up, and be the Wi-Fi hotspot for everybody if you chose. You know what I mean? What if you had like SpaceLink or Xlink or whatever that shit is? You could then, whatever it is, you're providing a service to those folks, potentially, but also designed in a way as to be like none of the devices the reason that I'm so used to tearing things down and putting them back together is because I will, like, as opposed to remember all the different settings I did, it's way easier for me mentally just to start from scratch and go through the process. It's like, okay, I gotta wipe this, I gotta start over, so new operating system right on top of it, delete all the other stuff, all those settings are gone effectively. Then utilizing that, I don't change little things, I just change the whole process. So I only have to remember the link. Like I only have to remember to connect the dots. The angle, the zero, the angle, the distance. The zero, the angle, the distance. The one partial iteration of that is including that the zero would have a 0 dash timestamp. That makes that zero make sense more because it also shows speed and distance. Well, it shows speed because you have the distance, right? Because it hits the dot, it says 0, meaning I came from straight behind me, and I'm going in this next direction, and I'm going to this place. By seeing how long it takes, you can then justify or measure the speed. Sound check just because I thought of it. 1, 2, check. I hear something. Sound check just because I thought of it. 1, 2, check. Alright, so we're at hour 3. So we need to find some new sponsors. Let's let Yamaha be a sponsor because I have one right here. This next
Yamaha. This is my mini trigger, I call it. It's a little guitar, 3/4 neck and a classical style. I just like it because it's like a little version of Mini Willie's guitar. And I got a crack in my thumb and it hurts real bad when I do that even more. So I'll put this thing sitting right down. Later I'll play some more. Alright, we got headphones, we got water, we got coffee, we have a snipe of tobacco I put over there somewhere. So let's get this thing turned a bit over here, just because I don't wanna. I'm starting to think lunch, which means breakfast. I ate half of a banana, and I still have a banana and some peanut butter left. I think I've been normally, along with coffee, I'll have oatmeal. I think I've eaten through all the oatmeal, and I did not replace it the other day the way I thought I was gonna. But essentially, I'm trying to reduce, because especially as I get all of the things that I only most want to use, my computers, this, that, I realize, man, with a Wi-Fi hotspot connection, mobile phone, all of this becomes 100% possible anywhere. Then my only issue in life is where I'm able to or available to sleep. And I'm still missing the bracket for the Burley trailer tire. I'm gonna put Burley box, shopping list, Burley hitch. Oh, and miscellaneous screws and nuts. There's some parts missing on that I guess over its age have vibrated loose. But once I get it, the skeleton figured out, I can attach it to the bike and ride it to McGuckin's. See everything I need, buy it all. McGuckin's would have even that clear wrap, but it'd be spendy. I think I'll get it cheaper at like Target or Walmart. Both of those are kind of Target's easier than Walmart as far as how much you gotta walk or ride a bike. Not having a lock means I'm not riding the bike until I get a lock. But things like spray paint, and even if I find the right place, tobacco could be $5 cheaper or whatever than Boulder. Even as silly as it sounds, something like spray paint or like matches. They won't let you sell matches here because they're afraid that some kid's gonna be able to buy matches and then start a fire. Or I don't know what it is. Oh, and I also learned something that I didn't comprehend before. But when you put, I think, I'll have to look at the wiring, but I've been thinking when I put a microphone into this, both it and this work. I'm not sure that that's the case because I did it earlier today and only that worked because the microphone has a switch on it. And I thought what it would do is this mic would always run, and then the other mic, when I switched it on, it would just mix it in. But it seems to just cancel it out. I gotta get that figured out. But I was also thinking that this is a gluten-free peanut butter and banana sandwich. It's a nut sandwich. Because if I'm gonna eat sand, I wanna pick what sand I eat. The other reality I'm trying to mentally comprehend, just for my own survival's sake, is one of the things I noticed, or I acknowledged, something I saw about the Burley trailer. Damn it! Quit it! Yeah, great. I'm glad you want to hear me play a song, but if you want to hear me play a song and you have the ability of doing that shit, you have the ability to be patient. The way I function is the way I function, and I gotta turn this so you can see what I'm doing, so you maybe get off my fucking nuts. Now I can access the trailer shit bag, and that's slid out on a pivot. If this was a 4x8 trailer, that's my wing. If that's an LED screen, I'm sitting in a trailer with a two-way glass watching people watch that screen. This is my box of Faraday cages. Whenever I see an item, whether it's a grocery item, almost always, I told you, I need 3 reasons. Oh yeah, we're hour 3. This hour is brought to you by the Delta Blues. This is Robert Johnson, supposedly the king of the Delta Blues. I think also who they say was the original Crossroads guy. Meaning he sold his soul to the devil to become famous or something. Now here, as I mentioned before, these are some extra random different boxes, so I can either fit in between things or would simulate a drawer in a workspace. If I can use these, tape them up, and Tetris them, they become those actual things just as they are, made out of cardboard and plastic and not metal or something heavy. It's not that I'm trying to create something to do with cardboard per se, but where's OBS and why isn't it on this screen over here where it's supposed to be? And my first pair of basketball shoes was a pair of top 10s, kind of like these. These are not top 10s, but they were close enough. And the price was right. But I'm doing all of this so I can get to the next phase. Brought to you by Concentrate Skateboards. Here's our cruiser model. And we also have the Dragon Formula glow-in-the-dark grip tape, 9.5 inch twin tip, I don't know, unidirectional moose deck. Concentrate Skateboards, our hour 3 sponsor. Now here is a good example of a box that I've Tetrised. And again, each one of these boxes are really strong and durable. It's not about what this thing says on it. It's about how big what's in it is and what So that's an anti-static bag. That's a padding for something. Most of the time, these open up like this, so where they put the USB cable. But that means you can put a USB charger and or battery right in there, some device in here, inside of the static bag, protected with that hard drive, a Wi-Fi, whatever. And then that becomes the module for that box. But to me, this kind of represents what one full-size utility box would be. It's maybe 20 inches, maybe not. Maybe it's more this way. That's where, back there is a different table. I could use this table, we'll see. But at some point I'm going to get it so the camera's set up and the computer screens and everything still works. But I can pull this table out and start putting boxes on it and things in boxes. Because that enables me to get everything measured for sure. So when I get to, remember, it's kind of like living in the wilderness. When you go to town to go to the store, you got to make sure you got all your stuff in extra. Like nut to nut, it's 19 inches. So 18 inches exactly is the width of the trailer's frame without making modifications to it. I'd need to go wider than that to get that surface to the frame. So 30 by 18. So essentially we were looking at 30 inches wide 30 inches deep, 18 inches wide, 24 inches tall is essentially the primary part of the egg, with space in the back, which is at the very, very back, that's kind of the curved part. And it could allow for larger depending. But for now, I'm rolling on the idea that it has to be just inside of that. Otherwise, if the box is smaller than that, I could make it longer. Or how could I put it? If I have to make it smaller to make it longer, I will. I'll just keep the balance point in mind. But as it sits currently, what I'm suggesting is, if this, here, let me turn this back to where it was. Well, you can't fucking see that. Here you can kind of see from here to here is 30 inches. From here to here is 24 inches. We've already discussed this being 24 by 24 by 48. That means 24 by 24 by 48 allows for 18 inches extra, which has to be divided by 2 for 9 inches, right? So if that 30 becomes 48, which is 4 feet, the center point would stick here, so we have to see, can we get 10 inches here, with the assumption that the hitch, because it goes to where the axle point is, a 24-inch tire, half of that is 12, meaning it needs at least 13 inches of clearance or more for the bicycle tire. Still, wherever this point is for the box, it needs to be long enough to be 48, because the main primary reality is the weight distribution of this platform needs to be able to be balanced with this wheel point and axle point as the center. That way, in this reality, I'm constructing it to the idea that the cabinet that the monitors and everything are in, with the table as the bottom and the legs that open up below a false floor, remember. Also remember, here's this box from the end view, and instead of 30, we have 24 to deal with. We also have 24 to deal with up here, so we're just going to put 24 inches like that, so you understand it's a 24-inch square. It's going to be more than 30 inches, it's going to be 48 inches. Okay? But because it's 2 by 2, it should be able to go through here if this thing is lifted up or modified. Still, what I'm saying is this cabinet could just slide in, slide out, but because it's designed the way it is, we want the very bottom, when this is in the box which we're gonna do here in a minute, I'll probably level this and do it sideways. We put this thing in the box, the bottom will fall down like this, meaning the back, like that's all in a box, and then the back will also have a box, so you don't have to cloth over it to hide anything. It would just be a table, and then the legs come down, think, because essentially the legs and whatever's the back become what holds it structurally. For me, the thing that can hold it in the back is, in simplest terms, a shelf, because this could be mounted anywhere. This is too heavy, but the L brackets, you get the science of it more, is that it's not there because of what it is. I use it as different things. It's there as the visual example reminder of that mechanical piece of something. It's a dot that anyway. It'll make more sense as we get along, I hope. So, I said I was going to level this. How about I do that? I don't really care that much. Like water's wet. Why would it be 24 and a half? That's so stupid. It's like 19, 20 inches, but yeah, 24 and a half. Oh, because the inside is by 24. That's why. Okay. That's why it just barely doesn't fit in there. Because I'm pretty sure when I put this in there, there's a thing about the front lip. And what that means is it leaves a pocket in the bottom of the thing. Where are we at here? Let me get you bumped up. Actually, let's unteleport you. Hopefully you can see that. Now this box, in its functional intended design, is set so this thing becomes a crossbar that you can hang clothes on. And it would normally set up this way with this being the back. one of these in the trailer, stocked it full of stuff, and I'm aware that that table will fit in this box, but it might need to be turned sideways, because as we saw, the inside of the nuts for the width was 18 inches. And it was 30 inches deep. And we're talking about going 42 inches, which is to here. Now the only reason I'm suggesting going to 42 inches, and here's the other important thing about this. This way is 24 and a little bit. This way is 20 in width. And this is now supporting structurally the up-down. Now, as I mentioned, this box is designed to function just the way I said it. However, I'm careful not to make adjustments until I'm sure. Measure bunches of times, then figure it out, then cut it. If I cut this box right here with the razor knife, this will now fold just like this does. So I'll have 4 flaps this wide. I'm still working to figure out exactly the width of this table and how it's best going to fit in here, because this needs to be able to go into that bicycle trailer but slide through the back, because it's longer than the 30 inches of the floor, and I can't be certain. You can't really see it. Nope. Later. But I did all of this on one of these boxes, and I did all the draw ups, and it's online. Hecklefish can put or monkey butt. I guess if Hecklefish is the sidekick for Y files, I'll call this the how files, how-to files. But in the same way, and maybe this is the way the guy does it, but if you freelance the dialogue, convert it to closed captioning, and then every time you reference Hecklefish, it reminds you, oh, put a link in the thing below. So then all they have to do is search through the CC, hashtag Hecklefish, find all the places, and then use that as the cues in one swoop, how to get all that stuff in there. So anyway, the vision is this desk with all of this stuff into this box, or a box this size. And then we'll define how this box is going to function. Now as you look closely, I'm going to shrink you down to even shorter than sitting down height. Because that enables you to see how this is kind of accidentally on purpose open like that. Now, as I mentioned before, from my recollection, the box like this, with everything open, will fit into that deal. But the way this is, I'm trying to define if, for example, if I break the rest of this seal, meaning all the rest of the glue, I leave it as it is because all I really have to do is tape it or staple it or do something, secure this corner, and it's good. But if this becomes the bottom, I put the table into here, I think it hangs out just a little bit, if I was doing it right the first time. that way. I put the thing in there, I connect that, I disconnect this, right? But this overlaps the table, and then I secure the box to the table with that on the bottom of the box. So then I have to figure out how to close this to the bottom of the box, assuming this is the plane of existence for the tabletop. Because in this size, that sticks up, and I could put all of these things even on things above that level, it would still fit. This is of the height that says it can fit, or close to it. But because I've worked with cardboard a lot, I'm aware once I pop that seam, if I put this box, I get that table, right, and I take everything off of it, I put it on one of those shelves. Maybe I just put one of those shelves in here and function on that versus this table, because those shelves have legs. I only need the corners to open up and you can stick the legs in there. So it's kind of better. So let me do that just because I can. And yeah, you're right. More than once have I gone, you know, this would have been so much easier if you would have just leveled the dang thing. I told you to level the dang thing, but I also am aware that could have led to a long amount of difficult discussions. Now, first question is how long? So that's going to be one of those and one of those. And see, that is just barely above it, which means that table is going to be as long as this, possibly hanging out. Probably the easiest way to define that. It is wider for sure. Now here, hopefully I can do this. You look back here, and you can see that that's a box just like that has a shelf just like that into it with two other shelves above it and almost all the legs there. Then there are plastic frames for the screen deals. Essentially, that box is packed so I can remove everything and set up what I'm talking about, kinda. So that is the same size. With the exception that this has little bitty feet on it and that does not. same size as that. That is just in the box that I'm talking about. With the feet, this distance becomes perfect for that table. I'm not sure that it's necessary, but I'm probably going to do it that way. So I'm speaking out loud, kind of, sort of, on purpose for a reason. A, to document, B, to remind myself, oh yeah, I said I was going to do this. I did that. For only that reason. Because when you heat up your hot water bottle that you're going to put coffee in, it helps the coffee stay hot longer. And the other reason I'm doing this for myself is because it forces me to be in the habit of this bottle and that cup that I'm drinking out being that's my one coffee, meaning I can get that at a coffee place in the morning or as I start my day, whatever, craft services or whatever. But in theory, the hope or the goal is that it lasts 8 hours or longer. Because one cup would be my breakfast kind of time. The second cup would be, and when I say breakfast, I just mean the first thing I eat. Or consume. What I'm trying to imagine, or what I'm trying to functionalize, is clearing a lane without destroying anything. Because if I can set that up here, and you'll see.
realized my power cable's too short, dang it. Ta-da, kinda. Now, if I back this up a little bit, you can see that that's the back side of it with the legs. Can you see the legs? Shit like this just drives me so crazy. This will just do this. You see where that is? That's the top of the legs. So the next question is, would this slide straight into that box? Excuse me. I don't know what the heck is going on with this thing, but it's acting janky as shit. Clear the lane, the fuck out of my way. I'm coming out of the booth. Oh, Adam Sandler reference for the fan. God damn it! Just the smallest shit bugs the fuck out of me, man. God bless it, God bless it, God bless it, God bless it, God bless it. All fucking ready, God bless it. It's like, you're not gonna... Inanimate objects arguing with me drives me crazy. It's just like, fucking stay. And I should be smarter than on inanimate objects, I realize, but I'm not. Holy moly. That says 35.
need to be at. Why did you fucking flip the metric, you piece of fucking dumbass? No, I'm not going to metric.
48. Fuck you.
$48 does not fit in the box.
I think the box is 46 inches in total. Which is probably why there's a mark there that says 42. So if that was... You will not argue with me, you will lose. Comprehend facts, you piece of fuck. I got tape, I got glue, I got anger like you never knew. Like ever. One of those things, we just don't open that door, trust me. When the monkey behind that door starts waking up, that's when I go say to somebody, you need to fix this before I do, because when I fix it, it gets fixed, permanent, like done. Step another inch and there's little idea what monkey might do. So anyway, my point was I need 6 inches more than that wants to allow 42. So to there. So essentially the tabletop goes to this box. Oh, you're not there anymore. Shit. Just doing this makes me go, so this is why studios are always so spacious with not, all cramped in a little apartment. So anyway, this table, as it sits, will slide into here to this point. And that is 46 inches. From there to there. Or maybe 48. Maybe this is 46. No. Before 40. Anyway, I think it'll fit. It might be bigger than that. The funky monk part is that table isn't per se the perfect thing. It just has the legs. The other question is, can I easily fit what I have in front of me in a smaller footprint? And the answer is essentially not without removing a monitor or removing a monitor means it'll fit perfectly probably on just one of those white pieces, just one of the white shelves. Alright. I just heard the Snickers commercial, so that means that I should have eaten something, because these little things I keep saying are bugging me. It's like how
that commercial makes fun of how when we get hungry or whatever, turns us into kind of divatized. So if you do it for free, you're a demon, right? Because you're not monetized, you're demonetized. Part of the beauty of utilizing these types of conceptualizations, hopefully I can do this. Motherfucker, don't argue, just do what I'm telling you to do. Without issue, without hassle, without complaint, just fucking do it. If it's not right, we'll fix it, but I gotta do something else first. Thank you very much. Now, when I put this, see if I can get it so you can see it. You can see it there, kinda. And therefore, you should be able to see that there's a pole here. Yeah, it's over here. That pole is the point axis of the camera. So by putting the camera with one tripod leg this way, one leg that way, so it's on, like touching both sides of the table, that camera then becomes essentially on the top axis of the corner of the table. That's why I do what I'm doing and why I'm mentioning the angles and or degrees. Because if I were to ever question myself, if this was set up and I knew it was 100% right, meaning that was level to the back of the box, oh, that's maybe a good idea. I just had this thought. Yes, I agree. I'll figure food out in a second. But what I was thinking is, what if I got that table and I turned it sideways and then I leveled it and then I made it so this setup is on this. Because I like this table more than I like that table. It doesn't, I'm not sure how if it fits on that trailer, but for the time being, what I was more thinking is, what if I make this level, put the box on it, transfer all of this to that, mark the footprint, mark the box, move this back. You see what I'm saying? Like each step as the prototype develops, I modify the kind of current situation into a jig. In that setting, this is almost perfectly centered with the table, as right here. Look at that table is this much longer than this, but this one's much wider. Makes sense? Obviously. This tabletop fits in this tall-wise, but it's a lot deeper. So that means that I can essentially use 3 monitors still, but make it so it's like that. And then all I have to do is make it so this thing can come up. Essentially, I want to lay it down on its back, remove the legs, fold the legs up, then the box boxes it in there. So essentially, I'm exchanging this as a base, then that. I have more than one box. We'll see what works best. This table is seemingly best for the trailer. And here next, I've just decided this is getting cleared out. I'm going to pull the trailer out and start working with the trailer and that tabletop and the box. Then I'm
I'm gonna open the side that would be the bottom, so I can essentially build the box around this with this stuff secured to, say, the table, and the box connected to the table. That makes this whole thing a unit. This box is opening in the end. I want to make it so the box opens this way and this stays flat, but this can open and flap all the way over, or it can flap and hold like this. But then I can sit just like I was and be at monitor level, or as close to it as possible. And as they say in the real world, looks good on paper. Let's see how it works in the real world. Let's see how it translates to the real world. I'm just going through my brain right now trying to remember what kind of ramen's always an option. Not one I want to choose, but I've been doing it a lot. Can of tuna is fast and easy, but kind of gross. Where's the other one? The only thing that's coming to mind is, before I make any extreme cuts and or measures, the whole Samsonite smaller version seems a lot smarter, because that essentially involves just getting one of these monitors to fit in the lid, and then a machine like this in the bottom. I was a dummy and left my thermos open, but I decided to make protein shake out of my coffee, which helped me realize that the lid was open, which helped me then get in this mission of finding the lid, which will probably lead me to a different distraction, like a spoon, peanut butter, and another banana. Good. Done. Speakers, amp, microphone, USB power connector for something small. The thing I just did with that.
tell myself often that I can do something, but I don't always try to do it before I say I can do it. I just have been me long enough to feel pretty confident in saying such things, as well as I also don't hold a whole lot of responsible attachment or guilt or shame if I'm incorrect. I just, oh well, I guess I wasn't right on that one, but at least I gave it the effort. So the old college try. And I haven't done it yet. I just had this interesting thought. One of my preferred beverages lately is, hourly sponsor placement. That's what that's for. Who am I promoting? Yogi and Bigelow. So, it's right at hour 4. How good of me. So the next part of this is brought to you by Yogi Throat Comfort Tea. Bigelow Lemon Ginger Probiotic Tea. Orgain Organic Protein. It says vanilla, but it's really chocolate with instant coffee. I made my own formula and coffee. And I guess we can give a little shout out to Chiquita Banana, just because I've been eating these. It says organic, but I'm not sure I trust any of that shit any of these days more. Where's my product placement? Monkey get good banana. Good monkey get good banana. Bad monkey, no banana for you. And this I'm making is, I probably screwed up, but I did. It had water in it. I put a scoop of the chocolate iced coffee stuff, and then I topped it off with my thermos of coffee, so it's kind of warm, but it'll be watery. It actually tastes kind of like Yoo-hoo. That Orgain stuff, I think it's because it has plant proteins. It has a kind of a gritty texture or chalkiness to it. I just strike it up to the idea that healthy stuff doesn't always taste good, but this stuff, the vanilla version at least says 5 probiotic fiber, 21 gram plant protein, 1 gram sugar, and this says 2 scoops per serving, and I did 1 scoop, but I think the chocolate that I got it from is where I got the scoop from, and it said 1 scoop. Because sometimes these things say 2 scoops per serving, so you understand the math of the ingredients or whatever you're getting. But it doesn't explain what a serving is. I'm aware that one of these is supposed to represent 20 servings. But it's way easier. 2 frozen bananas, almond milk, and 2 scoops makes a shake. It tastes just like a vanilla or chocolate shake almost, but it's made with bananas and almond milk. And that stuff, it's a total meal and really good. Which would tell me, in all earnestness, something I don't see a lot at festivals, but would really make sense is just frozen bananas. You could, if you had electricity
in a blender. You could blender them, but just because they're frozen on a hot day, it's one of my favorite snacks. I don't do sugar hardly any. I mean, I don't, I don't it, I don't go when it says 1 gram of sugar. I would rather there be sugar than fake. Like I don't want aspartame or any of that shit. If it says no sugar, I think it has chemicals to be sweet, and I don't like it. If it says unsweetened, which is how I usually get my almond milk, um, I'm pretty sure the stuff that makes it taste almondy or vanilla-ish has sweetened, has sugar in it. And for whatever reason, that just brings to mind. I never knew it when I learned it. It was like, oh, so that's why. But did you know McDonald's French fries have sugar in it? It's part of the reason why people get kind of addicted to it, because it's a certain amount of sugar and a kind of sugar that you don't really register on your taste buds, especially when there's salt to overpower it. But that your body recognizes it. There are certain chemicals that are in food that make your body think a certain thing's happening that may or may not be. Like, I think the science behind that product called Beano, where it's like a supplement, a food, a pill you can eat before you eat a lot of like chili or beans or something, so your backside's not all noisy and loud and stinky. I'll take noisy and not stinky over silent and deadly. And that's a good reference point for me. It was the first time I did that. I would say was my breakfast, because I ate a little, about 2/3 of a banana, more than this time. This was half, with at least 1, if not 2 tablespoons of peanut butter. Um, how can I put it? A year ago, I would, on a weekly basis, get 2 bunches of organic bananas, wait for them to ripen, peel them, freeze them. Once a day, I would put 2 bananas worth of frozen banana pieces in the blender with 2 scoops of that and like 8 or 10 ounces of almond milk or some other liquid like coffee. Just anything to work as the liquidy part. With the protein stuff, it's not like I need anything from the almond milk, if that makes sense. It's like the almond milk is just the vessel. Something I learned, and I don't know if it's for everybody. Excuse me. I used to live in bars. I used to sit at bars, and essentially I was paying. Oops, sorry. I was paying the establishment and the bartender. I did our 4 sponsors. I didn't type it. Oh, more sponsors. What I'm hoping, I'm not sure that it'll work properly, but what I'm kind of aiming for is that each one of these hours, if I'm able to do this whole product placement, one live stream becomes the equivalent of a week's worth of episodes, right? So essentially, if I can do this let's say for 4 hours in a day or 8 hours in a single day. I can then each day following go to the YouTube, get the first part, change all of the tags, put it as a video. That essentially means that, how would I put it? If I only did, let's see, 6 times 6 is 36. But if I did by 5s only the weekdays, that means 20 in a month essentially. I think it's average 22 days in a month of work days. But I think there's a way, I'm almost positive there's a way, that this stream, as I read it, is 4 hours and 20 minutes almost. Important announcement and product placement and sponsor. Stony Baloney. Wookie Wiki Wick. I can't really prop. This is not the container, but I'll give a shout out to Terrapin Care Station. I haven't been going there lately because they got bought out by a corporation, and I tried to stick with them, but their weed got really yucky tasting because essentially most, it seems like, weed stores in Boulder anyway, the people that sell it are not the people that grow it. When it first became a deal in 2016, and even before that as medical, the only people that could grow it or sell it were people that grew it. Like, they had a rule where, like, you had to produce 20% or 80% or whatever it was of what you sold. They did that to see what the market was like and to make sure only people investing in the industry and not just resellers. So they're trying to keep it together for as long as they could. Then somebody with fat cash sees the money opportunity, gives the guy 3 times as what it's worth, cuts all kinds of investment and necessities by half, therefore turns it into a vending machine that just cranks out money for them. And they don't care about it, they don't think about it. It's just like, oh yeah, you know, I might own some weed stores in this town, I can't remember. Obviously someone doing that, living off of that, they're not even really investing any energy. That's when it usually falls to crap, in my opinion. But this was purchased at Emerald Fields Dispensary here in Table Mesa, South Boulder. And I still didn't level that, but that's one of the reasons why I got that. In a good situation, it kind of works like grip tape. I almost let one loose. And I was like, wait, this one might stink and sound. I know it. It's like, I don't fart very often. I was like, that one, you can hear it. Like, I can hear it just in the pressure. I wouldn't. It's 4:19. Do we got a minute? As you can tell, I get distracted a lot, and when I'm trying to get some cannabis, so I get less distracted and I get food, so I'm not so irritable. I feel better. I don't react. I don't feel like a dick, because I don't like when I do it, but it happens. But 420 sponsorship 04:20:20 safety meeting. Sponsor OR. Let's do plural just because I did do plural. And honestly, it just says live 420, and I think I did an hour before this, and I also mentioned I got a couple hours still on that camera to get that to happen. I'm not sure if I can figure out, I might be able to do it without it crashing, but if so, there'll just be a stutter, because this thing has crashed, and I started on that crappy lappy over there. If, I think what happened was I was on the crappy lappy, right? Then I lost the camera, so I streamed another half an hour with just the audio. Then, I don't know what happened, but I did something, and then it was either still streaming or I started it again. But at some point, I remember I was streaming from that one, and I turned it off, and then got this one going, and so far I've been rolling with that. But I have to look at the history to be sure. But yeah, 420, I had a minute. Now it's 421:21. When it was 421:21, I had to say, you should have a safety meeting, son. The stuff is getting you kind of irritable, and it makes you look like a total dick. I didn't want it to rhyme, because if it rhymed, it wouldn't be a total dick. It'd just be kind of a dick move. You know what I mean? Please don't say I'm a contrarian. I'll have to argue the point. I'm also kind of nerd braining, wondering what or a couple things. What's the price difference in a stand that clamps onto a table for 2 monitors versus 3 monitors? How much does that middle monitor weigh? I think the reason I like the middle monitor is because it's such an old connection. When the computer starts up from the BIOS, it works. The other ones do not, because they're on the other side of the video card that has to wait for a driver to load, supposedly. Although it's a AMD video card, specifically because with Linux they run native, meaning I don't need to worry about extra drivers. It's just already in the kernel. I know I act retarded half the time, and some of the time I actually am. If I only acted retarded when I was pretending not to be, you'd know the difference. Sometimes it happens on accident. Sometimes I'm in the middle of being retarded, and I go, oh wait, if I let on that I realized I was being retarded, I can't put off that I was pretending it the whole time. I think the message was play through coffee. Food kind of, my brain's going, I gotta get myself jived back up. Normally I do music. To do that means I gotta figure out how to mute you guys. This isn't where I want, that's not where I want. And in all honesty, I think before I bought another desktop machine to do that hustle shuffle for 3 working, I might as well just try to figure out how to get the money for 1 laptop to hook to these 2 monitors. And if I could fit, that would be super duper sweet. Check that shit out, right? So those 2 monitors that go like this, right, on little arms that are behind them, so they kind of do that. Then I could put a laptop right between them. That would be so dope. And then this and all of this gets replaced by something like crappy lappy. And then, you know, keyboard and mouse is so light, like so light. But more so, again, the wall warts are on the power outlet dealie. But I did look, and I think they're only like 7 watts or something like that. Most of these are 7 amp, whatever. Most of these are 5, meaning
a USB port power could almost power these monitors. That would be dope, because if you could do that, the USB could both power and signal the monitors, and you wouldn't need any other you know what I'm saying? If you could do that, I could turn my little small form factors that are just G1 shitbag, like total shitbag, P3, DDR3 RAM. As far as I'm aware, the gate on the RAM is CPU dependent. Therefore, to be at the top of its level, it need to be a i7 CPU. But because they're so old, those would be like $50 maybe. You know, the one for this was 120, I think, and it was a $200. I got it on a discount because whenever I buy that stuff, I'm just like, cheapest. Hopefully, what I get works. I think you have better chance of getting something that's messed up if it's new than if it's refurbished, because at least the refurbished was tested before it went out, even if it meant it was fixing something that should have been tested the first time and wasn't. And a lot of times I say that and I hear it and I'm like, oh right, I gotta test stuff before it works because I don't know for sure, which is the whole idea. I'm realizing more again why, even though the drafter's table is really light and versatile, it's not the ideal, how do I put it, bottom of the box, right? But a strange monkey idea I'm having is, what if I reverse engineered literally, meaning we get that table that is the drafter's drawing board, art board table, and we level it. I level it. I say we because this is an instructional video, right? And you're doing this along with me to drill in place some of the time. But I level this off because I want to be able to see how these screens will fit on this table. But I'm going to, under here I have shelves, and I have lots of these shelves. So I'm going to use these shelves. I'm going to level this. I'm going to, or maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm just going to use these shelves and the thing about the shelves is I can put the monitors on the bottom of them, and then the difference is I leave the computer on the bottom and I bring the monitors up to the top with the keyboard and the mouse and things up here. That keeps the bottom shelf available for items. Then the whole thing slides into the box. If this is included with the package as the roof, this then becomes the legs for the box. That means that this table's legs could become the corners, since the whole issue that I'm imagining is that thing clear wrapped so it's waterproof. You see what I'm saying? Because once I do the frame part, I could then get duct tape and connect the corners of the legs, realizing that it's stuck in that position, unable to collapse unless I did that each time or something. I could do that each time, and then if I put lights on the bottom that fling up, that whole thing becomes this cool little display. You know, just a ambient piece, an artsy-fartsy deal. But the idea is that that shelf could be set on this table, if level, when level, and then the table that the computer is currently on, I'll flip-flop so there's legs, and then I can put this black deal around it to simulate the box. That seems to work well in my head.
some and re-screwing and then leveling. I'm thinking about my Papa Bashir taught me lots about this country smarts, how to survive, but mostly with sayings that just stick in your brain, like measure twice, cut once. And I'm sitting here doing what I'm doing, and I'm realizing that I've learned, because I'm ADD, I suppose, how to not even have to measure once. Because the saying is measure twice, cut once. And his dyslexic joke was, I cut this board 3 times and it's still too short. But if I can do it without measuring and it works, I can do it and then measure afterwards. That becomes the plan. That's what all of this is all about. Because documenting becomes measuring if on the other side you're being kind of scientific. And I wonder if back in caveman days, consider it a basis of ways that things are. We call it a rule of measure or a ruler. But a person who decides how things are is also a ruler. I just think it's funny because I like my rulers to be on the level. So I'm going to put that right there, and I'm going to zoink my leg up until the bubble's in the middle. And I'm going to tighten. Oops, nope, not yet. Not until the holes line up. And they almost always settle a little bit, no matter how tight you tighten them. And normally you have to get them both pretty darn tight. Oh, great. Duh. That's a fucking dumb monkey. I'm so dumb sometimes. I tightened the shit out of it and they were sitting at the bottom because I'm grabbing the table and not the leg. But part of what I was thinking out loud was, oh wait, that leg thing's got to be in the middle, in that channel. The nice part about this table is because these channels where almost always this thing is level. Hand to, isn't it funny that they call it a hand, like ladies and gentlemen, let's give a hand, right? They say let's give a hand, but it takes 2 hands to clap. But we don't say let's give hands for, we say let's give it up. I know that. What do you mean it's not getting enough whatever? It's bullshit. Stream Health says it's excellent. Poor? How is my stream excellent poor? Because my processor's having an issue with the biggie. My network jankety janked. My network is pretty whacked right now. And this is part of this, a little bit frustrating because I'm aware that I've already done all of this stuff many times before. I'm trying to fix it, dude. Just chill out. Get the fuck. God bless it. Now it says excellent. Why? Because I opened up the speed test to make the computer. Hey, dude, get off my tracks. It's like the data on the. Here, I'll show you. Maybe. Window capture. Yeah. You know how you probably don't know. YouTube has a thing that says called Stats for Nerds. That's my version of Stats for Nerds. But essentially, the big number on the top, or the top is CPU, and the bottom is network. So if I ever have any issues, I look at that. And the other cool thing is when that's open in OBS like it is there, I can minimize it and I can see everything looking at OBS. I don't need to look at my, ooh, wait, good. I want OBS back. I want the other button. Yeah, the big window one. And it may or may not be a big difference, but something's weird about the idea when I have this window open for internet speed test, and it just sits there. The very first thing that happens is a wheel spins. It's just a graphic, I'm aware, I think, but it says start test. Whenever my browser is open to that, I always seem to get the best bandwidth and the best like download times, etc. When it's not, it's different for sure. I'm gonna move this without it crashing. I've done it safely before. And I'm also learning that just that little step up on the monitor is a good reason why that monitor and that camera should stick together. I haven't figured it out, but I bet you there's a way. That's actually a good design idea. Essentially what my thinking is this. If you've never used OBS, I'll show you a little something, maybe. Video capture, that thing. So give me another one of those. Yeah. I want it to be. Let's just do this one because I know that one's open. Okie doke. And then I'm going to shrink it down so you can tell that it's just one of my screens or something. Alright. Get a rig. That's just, I don't know. I laugh. I make myself laugh about shit sometimes. So I'm going to open this other thing up. And now I'm where I wanted to be like 5 minutes ago. I'm trying to think where it was. Let's spin that. Throw some Fisher in there. I dated a girl by the Fisher in the Fisher family name before. I think she was really rich and had a horse. And she was really mean to the horse, and like I liked her until I saw her do that to be the way she was to a horse. I was like, I don't like that person at all. Like I didn't want to be around her anymore that day and ever again, kind of thing. It's like so weird, and it was like a girl that, I don't know, I would have said was my girlfriend. Gretchen Fisher? No, maybe I'm thinking of a different Fisher. I'm just trying to get it so it doesn't look all ghetto jank. And then I'll just make that smaller, maybe. Yeah, alright, that works. What was it that I was looking at? I forgot already. But part of these things are, stuff I'd want to do anyway. Like, when I get this scene in I was going to show you OBS. That's what I was going to do. So it's difficult for you to see. Here, let me zoom this down so it's different. But anyway, this is a scene. These are all of the things that make the scene. In JavaScript application programming, or that stuff, CSS, HTML, this would be called an activity, right? So what I was suggesting is window capture is an input or a source. What if I could figure out how to hook up this computer so that it connected to the internet in a way that someone with a smartphone and a proprietary app could then be a camera point for this stream? See what I'm saying? Like, I create an app that only that app allows them to connect to that stream live and be the camera from where they're at. Mark this down, hashtag asterisk asterisk. I gotta mark that down. What time is it? Is it 5 o'clock yet? 4:42. Marked it down here. What time is it? 0442. 04:42. I'm just gonna put asterisks. Mark this down. Mark this up. Mark this. Cool. What I was thinking is, my first imagination was a festival, right? So imagine this thing that I'm designing here in the flow. It's a DREAMSPACE Productions live streaming station, a podcasting station, in the size of a Samsonite suitcase, which I hope to acquire a few of them tomorrow. Because with Samsonite suitcases, part of my challenge, understand, I have these big wardrobe boxes and no vehicle, no license. So it's really hard to get these things to a storage locker because they're big, and the only option I have is this trailer. So I actually started this whole thing trying to figure out, how am I going to get all my stuff to storage, was my only purpose. I wasn't thinking podcast, I wasn't thinking product, I wasn't thinking multiple reasons and usages. But check it, everything I'm talking about right flipping now, from the skeleton, let me get this so I can see that you can see it. Let me undo this. My point is, this window capture, these are sources. This scene, let's say I had that app, it would be running as a something, so anybody could zoom, like, anyway, you get that point. Once I get that, I can then get that scene and duplicate it exactly, and then flip-flop the screens so that camera is they're in different opposite positions, meaning the focus of the camera becomes the biggest one that can be changed from any of these sources. But my point is, I set the scene and I set the setting with all of these pieces placed together, right?
because this almost exact situation with a minor adjustment of camera positioning, this table flipped up works. Now why the camera is now stopped, again, it's beyond me. But we're going to let it crash and restart, because that's what we seem to work, that seems to do that works.